So welcome everyone to day 6 of the Donna Adelson trial. This is happening in Florida for the murder of Dan Markel. He was shot on July 18th of 2014, and it is alleged that Donna Adelson is the matriarch, the mastermind of orchestrating this plan with her son, Charlie Adelson, and Charlie's already been convicted. Charlie's ex-girlfriend, Katherine Magbanua, also convicted, all of them sentenced. Charlie, LWOP, Katherine Magbanua, LWOP. Her ex and the father of her 2 children, Sigfredo Garcia, LWOP, he was the trigger man, and then the getaway driver, the Latin Kings gang leader, Rivera, took a plea deal and got 19 years. And so 4 people have already been convicted. Donna Adelson is the 5th now to face major time if she's convicted. She's charged with first-degree murder, solicitation to commit first-degree murder, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. So let's see what day 6 brings. If you didn't see day 5, well, you got a lot of wiretap calls to listen to, and good luck to your ears.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
Although we are getting started a little bit behind today, we are going to continue with the examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. Student Ms. Kappelman, is he on his way to the stand?
There's Donna wearing her $2 earphones again. Yesterday, my goodness, I see that social media was absolutely ablaze with comments about her having that headphone, the fancy one, the wrong way round. Oh my word, I went to X after the day and I'm like, whoa, okay, everybody noticed that. It was like we all looked at her like, Donna, can you even hear a damn thing? Your earphones are the wrong way round. So yeah, today she's got these on.
Special Agent, you remain under your oath to tell the truth. I'm not going to swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Katherine Magbanua? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I did.
Okay.
I mean, it is difficult to remember all the arrests, the exact dates. I find myself continuously looking at the presentation that I made a lot of wait. So I know it was May, June, and October of 2016, meaning Sigfredo, Luis Rivera, Katherine Magbanua, but like the exact dates, just to say those on the stand, yeah, some notes would be useful, right? Okay.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
Okay. And then do you have the exact dates on the other 2 in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
Oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date. Actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with the warrant.
Okay. So Garcia, 5/25 of 16. Rivera, 6/3 of 16. Magbanua, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Katherine Magbanua ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's
right?
correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder, on Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
All right. And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes. I was familiar with.
What? No, don't do that feed. Don't do that court feed. How dare you? Oh my word. Let me see what the other feed's doing. It looks okay. Let's refresh this one.
To confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed.
Yes. I was familiar with.
Okay, switching feeds. How about that? Damn. Maybe they're all gonna get stuck. I don't know. Hope not.
That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna.
Sure.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's
right?
correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder, on Halloween.
All right.
Book Mama says, how dare you, Buffer? The man is trying to spill his tea. I know, right? Listen, Bill Gates. Leave our stream alone.
And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
All right. And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes. I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
So Katherine Magbanua heard that proffer They said October 11th of 2022, and she had already been convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in her retrial. So the first trial was 2019, second trial was 2022. She was convicted on May 27th of 2022. So this was after that. A Spacey Dub, my goodness, thank you for the $50 sticker. You said, in honor of all the law enforcement men and women that have made this case possible, thank you for your service. I mean, they did great, right?
Mark is 86B. Do you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
All right. Judge, I'd move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number,
Unknown number.
an unknown number.
And what's the content of the text message?
The text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from Ms. Magbanua that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson, or Donna and Harvey Adelson, having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new. Correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbett's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's Exhibit 73 at this time. That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
All right. When was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay, and I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22.
April. Also, I wish they would now say, and where, well, they're going to get to it, but like, when was the defendant arrested? Oh, okay. When was her son arrested? And when was he convicted? Wait, where was Donna arrested? I think the jury, because they haven't heard any of this. We might have heard a lot of this over and over. This is their first time. Can you imagine? Barely Legal said, OMG, this whole ordeal was over a custody battle? Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry. It was 4/1 of 20. 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie. Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to 118?
No, Judge.
Status 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish.
You may.
This is so wild that it happened. Imagine if it didn't happen. They wouldn't have been able to, I think, maybe Donna would have spoken even more. But if they didn't, because Donna hung up she thought she hung up the phone, but it continued recording. She didn't actually successfully hang up. Charlie was no longer there. And so Donna Adelson started speaking to people who were in her house, like just speaking to her friends. One was a lawyer and her husband. There was some other lady there. And she started saying a lot of things, planning to escape the country, looking for non-extradition countries to go to. Can you imagine if she actually successfully hung up the phone? Then they wouldn't have this evidence. I mean, she must really be like, why is this my fate? Yeah, they heard you. Even when they weren't supposed to, they heard you. Lyndon T, thanks for the cardigan watch.
Jury and parties need headphones for this.
That would be helpful, Judge.
Sarcasm says, gee, I came in late and thought court was in session with more calls. I appreciate all your hard work and all you do for us. I would never snark at you. Well, I appreciate that. Some people love to email me and snark at me, and I'm like, why? Thank you for not snarking at me. Let's rather snark together at the defendant or whatever, whatever we're snarking at. Or the convicted, because they would do as well. Okay, so we are going to hear more calls now, though. We're going to hear this call, oh my word, and they've got transcripts for us to read and everything. This is so incriminating. Why, Donna, are you trying to run away? She said for peace. Okay, but why are you looking for a non-extradition country? And why are you buying a one-way ticket? Oh, shame.
Look, I have, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things through Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. It was just, Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So, we're working on that, and
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
Okay. And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously not Dan Markel. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
everybody. Now the tea will be served, because at this point, Donna thought she hung up because, damn it, man, Charlie can't hear me again. Let's just hang up this call. Well, thanks to Charlie talking so much, doing so many calls, Donna got complacent with hanging up. And what did this mean? They were still recording. This call was still being recorded, even though she's talking to people in her room, which she thought was in privacy. Oh dear.
I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time. They pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that. So the psychologist, they want to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back. See where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit, and she said, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he was just going back like in an hour. But she said, okay, that thing does, because I'll lose my mind with you. It's all spirit on the inside. The point you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. These fluorescent lights, he says, all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. They could say no people, they could see people, he could hear I'm in a box. And he's just, well, I'm sure Nicole back and just be getting disconnected. So I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I was really not unhappy. And I wasn't willing to just say goodbye. And that's what I did. It doesn't painful. I just went to a place where we bought a cemetery property a couple of months ago. We're good. I'm good. But when I did this weekend, because I had something that made me feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. It's not going to go well. I know what I need to do.
If the court or trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. Oh, so Wendi was watching and you were watching. Okay. Charlie's trial. All right.
No, something was wrong because we lived here last year. She's never once just come over. I keep going. I'm sorry. Probably. Make sure not is all on day one. She sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here. And she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us. Charlie's not talking through his life. We're all aggravated. But if this is what you're thinking, just sat there. I'm going to take direction. So I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. The voice tomorrow night. This is something I should be punished. Now, am I doing fine? Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And you want me to do it? We'll do it together. Leave a note, they'll know when to come together. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, then make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen, I don't know, but it's worth a try. I just thought I would try to tell him, I don't know what we're doing, but I don't know what we're doing, and we have to look at stuff alone and so that what we would have, what we can how is it normally done? With stipulations, which are in charge of Byrd, Adelson, and Schwab. And everything's the going in, partner, and the president, and the trustee. It's on the trustee and the partner. Partner is the other. Then the trustee. Partner. 30. If somebody would be watching. I know it's not going to take care of that. So, I would make some effort to respond and so call. Which is now I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because there we go. So, you tell the guy, George? No, I don't know how to get in touch with them. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with them. She told me my lawyer is her lawyer is not. And it was that not about the case. I had said, he said, sure. When I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, yes. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's her lawyer that she shouldn't have. And so we found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him. And he had her attorney said, I never told her that. I never confronted that. Right, no. So, I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got lots to think about. But then, she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He is worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell them the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said, this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. So she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement for Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. Now, about the case, which is true, we've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother. And then one, how are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? Yes. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want you to propose. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys, like you told them. So when I got George before, he said to him, because I was over there last night, I said, well, that's Wendi, but it hasn't got any words from her, so did you tell the boys? And he said, he did. Now I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charles over. So I said, how are they? He's very quiet. He didn't really talk much. It was within time, faithful, and good, so he was coming home. He was never coming back. And so, he finished up in 10 minutes, and he was into baptism. It was fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see him miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how hard it is. So, that's what I said earlier, to do it, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer, and just we were out of it. So, I used the computer person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I could meet at maybe 5:30, would that be good? I said, yes, but if I can get stuff done, let us know. I told you we have the photos. We have to get them downloaded, and the other thing I don't understand, I'm not sure to help me with it, we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places,
Guilty. Oh, we've been looking it up over and over because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam, because we've looked at all the places. Right after Charlie's conviction? Oh, crap, Donna. No wonder she's emotional in the courtroom, even though the judge told her you can't be. I'm sure she's trying not to be, but this is very wild. I think this took a turn against Donna now, you know what I mean? The jury's probably like, okay, because they're hearing this for the first time. She said what now? Yeah.
So Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. English. Who? Really? Good. Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste their time. She can tell on me that my parents are taking everything in high school. My lawyer. But if you mention it to Wendi, is Wendi going to tell somebody? You tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I, and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. Because if it's a plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is, or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come upstairs so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours alone. Every time she says, can you do this, can you come here, can you do that? Everything. How many times do we have plans that I know it's cancel, Wendi needs us for this, Wendi needs us to babysit? So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now the boys are older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need to have her grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son that's supposed to be dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Mother, and please God, our family was cursed. Something cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So.
Donna? You took care of that family, you know what I mean? Like the family was doing great until the plot to murder, which she's accused of right now with her allegedly orchestrating a plot to murder her ex-son-in-law. The family's not cursed. Those types of decisions lead to these types of outcomes, even though they probably didn't ever think that they would be caught. Right? Because Charlie was really shocked, not only when he was arrested, but also when he took the stand and did so well, and that yes, these people convicted him. He was shocked.
So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'm sure you what we did. I'll tell you because you need an address to put on the visa. What was that? Nobody knows where you are, but everybody took some extra time. Look up. She must be in a child.
Oh dear, yeah, please approach. Paula Brown said she's sad for herself. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think the defendant should be allowed to be comforted like that during their trial. Do you? Or is that the, I don't know, is that, are they allowed to be? Ooh, I would hate to see many more of them comforted that way. Imagine if Stefan Stones didn't plead guilty, him being comforted throughout his trial. I think we'd all need barf bags immediately. But remember, this is just a sweet, sweet granny in her pastel cardigans. Can't believe this is happening to her. Wow. Okay, we can go forward a little bit. There's Dan Markel's dad, Phil.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay, and what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel planned. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay. And were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai and then to Vietnam.
Right. And is Vietnam, in fact, a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay. And when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
Bring us the body cam. Show us the body cam. Sorry, sir.
No.
Trying to pause you with your eyes open there. Also, I do love Georgia Kaplan's blazer today. It's such a beautiful color and everything. Side note, okay? Compliments are allowed. So, show the jury the body cam of Donna being arrested.
It was on November 13th, 23.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right. And did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
She almost henpecked them. She snatched it. She's like, no! Don't take my phone. My lawyer said, I'm about to board a plane. Can't you see I'm busy? I'm acting it out. She didn't say that. But it's that's how she acted though. Just, no, you can't take my phone. Excuse me, sir. Trying to get to Vietnam over here. You can't just arrest me? I'm surprised they didn't arrest Harvey as well. You know? Fleeing the country? Non-extradition. One-way ticket. Okay, those words aren't... You're like, what are you all up to? Leah says, I love how you try to pause on flattering frames. We have to, right? Like, I hate it when other content creators decide to react to my content and then they pause me like... I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that to me? No. Let's pause people on as flattering a frame as we can. Okay? Let's see Donna throw a tantrum at the airport. Come on. Yeah, Lisa says, excuse me, I have charges to flee. I don't want to speak to Charlie anymore. I can't take his jail calls anymore. Just let me go to Vietnam. I don't want to speak to him ever again. I'm sure that's why Harvey was part of it too. He's like, I don't want to hear from him either. That guy talks our ears off. Shame, Harvey. Shame, Harvey. That's one thing I will say just for a moment. Shame, Harvey. You have to have jail calls with Donna every day? And you also have to have prison calls with Charlie every day? This poor man. This poor man. He should say he's hard of hearing. Sorry, I lost my hearing. Can't hear you, Charlie. Sorry about that.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right, and pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay, and did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay, and was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at the search warrant, no ma'am.
Okay. That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit.
Show it to us. We're going to probably see it now. Robin Collins says, thank you for cracking the door open on these cases and allowing us to peek inside. Well, thank you so much. And thank you to America for making all this so transparent. Documents, body cam, live trials. I love it. I love it so much.
42. And some redactions have been made based on
We want to see the all the chicken scratch in her planner.
the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence 142.
Any objection?
No objection.
Brand new
Case in 32 is
information.
admitted.
In the 2014 planner, did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
Okay. And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
Can't wait. Do tell. Do tell.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
Oh my word,
The flight
Donna.
that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, was that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Ooh, I like that. Less is more. So when we point right here to the 2014 planner, what's that? Oh, Dan Markel's license plate number. Wow. And also, so then after her son was convicted, was the flight a one-way flight? Eek. Look how she's looking at the jury. Please, jury. Shame, Donna. This is not going well. Who wants to see it again a little bit? I want to. Hey, wait, let's see.
Vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
Show it to us.
The flight that the defendant was...
Wait, sorry. Yes, there it is. Okay. Let's have a look at this quickly, shall we? Something question. SS numbers, social security numbers of the grandkids. Okay, and then I'm going to move myself into this little box over here. Ahaha. Okay, 07 Odyssey. 2014 planner, huh? One says password, so things have been redacted. G8 Accord, and there's the license plate number. Wendi, Dr. Leah. Okay, well, there we've seen that. Donna, why were you writing down Dan Markel's license plate number in 2014? Why? Why is that in your planner? Okay.
At the time of his murder?
It is.
Yeah, Deb says, oh, his license plate, that's new info. And Kimberly Porrett said, Donna and Harvey crying that they've lost their son. What about Dan's parents' grief? I don't feel sorry for Donna and Harvey because they were conspirators to murder, in my opinion. So Donna is an indicted one, charged. Here she is on trial. The others are unindicted co-conspirators, like Wendi. That's what she's called. What?
Request a brief recess, please.
It's
Oh,
fine.
my word.
The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Even though not requested, please use the restroom at this time.
The crafty RN said, why can't the defense be prepared? Yes.
Everyone can be seated. We'll take a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
She says, no, thank you. She's too busy reading over the notes. Okay, go forward now. All right, they're on a short break. Court is on a short break. Let us refresh the feed quickly. Always a good idea. Make sure the boost is still on. It should be. Okay. And they've already been gone for more than the 10 minutes. So it's 10:25 local time if you're watching live with me, local time in Florida. So they should be back any minute, right? Yeah, Clay says, who gave Donna that car info? Interesting. Oh, my word. Was it Wendi? Sure. Can you imagine? Wow. Yeah, Julie says, that's right. Great time to check if your like button works. Just make sure it works. You just tap it once, and then just let me know if it works. Actually, if it works, it's great. Just tap it once. Yeah, intermissions has been, please get your popcorn. Phew, that was, and the combination of like the one-way flight that was booked, her not wanting to hand over her phone, and the 2014 planner, that was all some very interesting evidence they just showed. Circumstantial, but interesting. I mean, one could argue many ways, why would she do that? Maybe she just wanted a holiday, they'd been there before, Charlie had timeshare there. You could make arguments like that, but why a one-way ticket? And then also, ooh, that incriminating recording of the call that she thought she hung up but didn't. Wow. Okay. So let's quickly see. Miss Marple said Georgia should have asked, was it a one-way ticket to Vietnam? We're sure they did not. Well, she did ask that. She did. And they said it was a one-way ticket. So yeah, that was like the final mic drop question there. Brenda said, gee, correction, Wendy's note of driver's license, not doctor. Is it driver's license? Is that so? It looked like Dr. Leah, but actually driver's license would make more sense. Same. Dr. Leah. Driver's license. Why did she write that down? Oh, we do have to go back again. There.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
Ma'am.
Dan Markel's vehicle.
We did.
I went back. Show it to us again.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan
Okay. Yeah, okay, wait, let's go like this.
Markel's tag.
Yeah, okay. Wendi, driver's license, or otherwise known as Dr. Lick or Dr. Leah. Wendi, driver's license, so she's got that listed there as well. Very interesting for 2014. And I mean, which day? Is it not a diary like a day? Maybe it's just a 2014 planner? Or was it on that day? Oh my word. Okay, so now we can go forward again. Let's actually check this feed now. Okay, it's still good. Okay, so Snarky said Hot Mike spilled out and highlighted Vietnam was picked because of their no extradition, not for peace and friends like she claims. Yeah, that as well. She can't argue that now. She's going to try, I'm sure, on the stand. I think she's had some practice rounds, you know. It's some of her hearings. Because she's like, we just went there for peace. Eh? But why a non-extradition country specifically? You said you checked out all the places, right? Okay. Might help if I actually played the full feed. There we go. They're back.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the jurors.
Yes. Renee Gale said other page she has looked like Charlie's VIN number. A lot of car information there. But to write down Dan Markel's license plate number. Interesting. Linda, welcome to Grizzly Supporter. Welcome to all the new members. If you remember, if you want to be a Grizzly, that's free. You just got to subscribe. Just hit the subscribe button and you're in. If you go the extra mile and become a member, damn, thank you so much for your support. There is also Patreon to check out if you want to do that. And there's some behind the scenes content there that you won't see anywhere else. So in every tier, all the tiers get the same, and it starts at $1. Okay, bring in the jury. We're ready. I just want to say thank you so much all for your support. I really, really appreciate it. Supporting is watching, liking, sharing, commenting, all of that. And all the other things. Let me put the link for the mod coffees in the chat in case you want to top up their coffee cups. Thank you, mods, for everything you do. Okay, so Breakthrough Wall said, love your blazer and G's blazer, looking so sharp. Now, when you say love your blazer and G's, who's the first comment for? Is it Georgia? I love hers, yes. Are we ready?
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has days, individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney.
Correct.
Not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And on that exhibit, State's Exhibit 142. Very small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14, that's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
July.
It's for June.
That's
Yes?
correct.
Okay. But in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. It's the note section in the back.
All right. Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
So I'm trying to get in front of it.
Oh my.
Morning.
Good morning.
Been testifying for quite some time.
That's one way to approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
Woo! Okay, I'm glad she got a sense of humor. Everybody be laughing now, right? Don't do that. Don't play all of them. She's like, we might play all of them again. I don't say that. Sure.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the 21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is. Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay. You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida. Is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck is going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right, he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right, she's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
And you were involved in the investigation, I guess it would be the Monday after the homicide. through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records of some people's records, phone records, etc., that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, etc.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to, there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Katherine Magbanua, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal,
Correct.
okay? And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case.
Okay.
Correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay.
of his wiretap
Okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court,
Yes.
and the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge?
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon, that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendi that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendi potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even
Yes.
suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am. I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am. We do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo, Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
Ma'am, why are you going over all of this? Shame, man. Here's Dan's dad, Phil, sitting here. Just listening to all these details again. What is this? How is this helping Donna? I don't follow yet. Let's see. My goodness.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
So I'm thinking that this is all going towards throwing Wendi under the bus. That's the defense, isn't it?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really testify to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendi Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he detective, investigator, Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
Correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendi Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendi Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel, and she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendi started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera, we definitely did then.
Okay. And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Asks a disgraced judge who allegedly faked cancer. quite the question. Not that anyone really there knows it. I don't know, people in the crowd probably know it. The jury doesn't know it. The jury doesn't know it. I'm just like, oh, we're going to go after his credibility now. Oh, damn. That is pretty gutsy. Just looking into, I don't know, when people are sending me, I don't know if it's true or not. But she was apparently a judge that was disgraced for misconduct and things. So I don't know. We've been down that rabbit hole slightly, but not much, okay? So I don't know, allegedly, according to social media, but wow, the line of questioning.
Not a suspect, no ma'am.
No, not a person of interest.
Maybe a person of interest, yes. Not a suspect.
So is she trying to say that because Wendi just mentioned her own family, that's why they became suspects and not because there's actually evidence? So Charlie just got LWAP for nothing?
Been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay.
Is the next question going to be, why did you arrest this sweet, innocent granny sitting here in her pastel cardigan? She's hard of hearing. Donna, can you hear that? Why did you arrest her? Is that the next question?
All right. So not just TPD and not just you with the FBI. There were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You would? So the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation of this case?
Later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted, yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
yeah.
Different agencies would assist when we needed help. Yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There were several that assisted.
There are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes. Correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so, fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right, 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state, and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded calls.
And when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Katherine Magbanua.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones, we went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Just, yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, all their phone, it's their phone records, there's no content, is what it is. It's the,
Lots of fluff here, hey? If you can't convince the jury, just confuse them. Add fluff, and let's go here, they were going there, and they were going here. Oh, okay, and we're looking at Wendi, we're not looking at Charlie? Does that tell us that Charlie's going to align himself with the same story that Donna has? So that Charlie and Donna's stories sound the same on the stand. Interesting.
call detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those?
Which recorded calls?
For the bump.
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant.
Okay.
This is the Charlie and the phrase factory defense strategy. It's like, they know that Charlie says so many words and approaches things from so many angles, it just exhausts everybody. Then everyone stops listening. Confuse and exhaust them. Is that the strategy here? It might be working. Like everyone's like, wait, what? Where are we going with this?
To the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m. and it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th. You got the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am, I see it. 50 minutes long, yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
Nobody ever said that was the argument or the evidence. They could say all sorts of incriminating crap for 1 minute out of the 50 minutes, and it's still incriminating. And they're still going to make sure they record all of that because they need it for evidence. So, yeah, Adelson says lots of fluffy to maybe confuse. Yeah, and exhaust.
I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong. So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember if it's Jeffrey Lacoste, something.
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacoste.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him. So,
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
at some point, I'm sure he was.
Okay. Wendi Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste.
I don't.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll play it. How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Objection. Relevance. He was cleared. He was literally not even in the area. He changed his plans. Wendi thought he'd be in the area on the day at the time, but he wasn't. Took a work trip. Wow.
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No.
Less than 50?
Less than 50.
25?
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful.
Because it could have been anybody else, okay? Not Charlie, not my client, Donna, all right? Leave the Adelsons alone.
There was a call, RR, and that's, there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016. between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but you remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Katherine Magbanua
Tuto, Tato, and the Tatas.
is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
We don't want to see it.
Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie.
Southern Cali B, leave our tea spilling Jeff alone. Right? Back off. Back off from Jeff, our tea spiller, okay?
Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did, yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, so Charlie signed it on behalf of his mom. Is that where you're going? Huh? Sherry said Katie tattooed the garage code. She wanted to be Charlie's wife. Like, even that, why in the hell does she have a tattoo of Charlie's garage code? It's 4 digits. I mean, you tattooed that on your body? Why? And did he think that was hot? We don't want to know. But like, ooh, yeah, that, garage code. Loving that on your ribs. What? Oh my goodness. Just when you think it can't get crazier. Sir, you gonna be there for the rest of the day? Being cross-examined. Coffee break, anyone?
Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts monitoring the calls
And
live.
They did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well, I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day.
9 years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or Investigator Eisen would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida
Okay.
during a lot of the wire.
Okay.
I would go in there and review calls because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, and when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and ISOM and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually we left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
Yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you?
I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
Including the individuals who went in and did the recordings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Mrs. Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. If you don't recall it, we'll
'Cause
talk about that from somebody else. Yes,
we
sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a weapon.
You didn't
to
have the weapon,
compare.
right.
To
But
compare.
you can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the same
could.
weapon. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym?
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this
The
investigation?
whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic.
Big sigh. Oh, wow. Name all the surveillance you have since 2014, sir. He's like, what? Everything? Mm-hmm. Hello, we're trying to tire the jury out here and confuse them. Name them all.
Cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare.
Right.
And when he was driving to the gym,
Okay.
we had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
Special Agent Pat Sanford. I am so sorry. I wish we could all give him a hug. Oh no. And a nice cup of coffee. This must be exhausting. He's been on the stand for a while now. The whole of yesterday as well. Didn't he start the day before yesterday? Shame.
And you're referring to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more.
Probably more. Okay.
Possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank. Immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee, they stopped at a bank and an ATM.
Right.
I got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
Which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted.
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
any time?
Any time before that.
Yes. Sigfredo, Garcia, and Katherine Magbanua. I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to.
And we also did some surveillance on Katherine Magbanua when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that
Okay.
week prior. And that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
He gave her the check that day.
Okay.
Correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras. Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD.
It was
TPD did
using
a great
the-
job. They
Yeah.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you're making us all think, what's for dinner? What am I gonna have later? I think the jury's thinking the same. What's for lunch today? What did that menu have on it again?
The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct a bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right.
Donna would like to object.
And
She wasn't walking, she was strutting, okay?
was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear, you can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well,
Can't you say no shit Sherlock as an answer? That'll be so cool.
correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part,
No, ma'am.
but you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was. I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance was taking you places, explaining things, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did
yes,
you...
Yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was a Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
My name is 1212. C3F says, how dare they watch me while I can imagine Donna saying that. How dare they watch me while I'm I can't even say it. Plotting and scheming.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and
Okay.
obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist. But
I don't know either.
whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered, until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you re-ask
Yeah,
that
sure.
question?
I mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that.
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
Okay. And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Do you have evidence?
okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay.
But he does have an hunch, and what that is she knew what she was doing when she's like, oh, we shouldn't talk about this on the call. We should talk in person, Charlie. But then Charlie's like, so he asked like all the most obvious questions to lead her straight down the path to incriminate herself.
Now, Katherine Magbanua, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
It's
well
fine.
after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that, yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he
Who cares? We're here for Donna.
got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay,
He was tried together.
Right, but that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Katherine Magbanua has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three.
Yeah. Okay, so are we doing trial prep here or what? Defense attorney Jackie Fulford, is this trial prep? Because we've done that already before the trial started. So yes, Luis Rivera took a plea deal, and then he snitched on everybody at every trial. And then, yes, Sigfredo Garcia got convicted. And then Katherine Magbanua was there at the time, mistrial, then she got convicted at her retrial. So yeah, I quite enjoy this. Go over the timeline of all the others that have been convicted to put focus on, oh, Donna, you're number 5 facing conviction. I'm sure the jury wants to be reminded of just how many people have already been convicted.
Life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Katherine Magbanua after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay, and when she gives these 2 proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And
So in case the jury just needed a refresher course, the defense attorney is reminding them that everybody else that has been arrested has been convicted. Okay, so yeah, this in my opinion, if I was on the jury, it makes my job a lot easier to tick the guilty box. You know, this prosecution team has been extremely successful at getting everybody else convicted, and yet here we are for Donna's trial. And maybe they're even wondering, wait, when is Wendi going to be arrested? Right?
the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first two proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right. So when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I misunderstood what you said
didn't
about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get one of us, so I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did. So
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she basically, when she testifies in those first two trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
She
what
lied in the first two trials.
She lied, straight
Yes.
up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
Again, I feel like we're doing trial prep. So at this moment, I'm just quickly replying to an email, okay? If you see me looking over there. I've got work to do. All right, lady?
She's not being fully forthcoming,
Okay.
is the way I describe it.
All right, and you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out done with her.
No, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer,
Correct.
right? And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay? And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she
Nice. So put Donna on the stand. Let's hear her first round of being dishonest.
testified twice. There were two trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first two trials. Absolutely.
Okay, and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer,
Correct.
and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll just get someone else. You're useless. She might as well say that. The tone is like, that's okay, whatever. I mean, are you real familiar, defense attorney? Because it sounds like this is a refresher course on the case. Look at him respond to the snark.
May I have just one moment? I left something on my table.
Okay. Special Agent Pat Sanford has tipped over to the snarky place. I can tell. We know that body language. It's like a mirror.
there was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You've testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right.
Okay.
I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call,
Yes, ma'am.
and you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday, and at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
But I might ask you what you were wearing, sir. Oh, sorry. Back to, let's focus on, so you were at home, huh?
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. And he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay, and you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do, yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that, no.
Okay.
Why not ask your client? She knows. She investigated. It's on Google. Uncle Google will tell you. What about those records?
So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall?
was, it could have been that morning, it could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they've booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea besides that phone call what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah. And they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it.
Then why not just book a return flight? Why do they have a one-way flight? Why are they talking about non-extradition country? Why are they talking about Wendi like, she needs to come here and get the passcodes to the safe, and we've already booked our cemetery because we're going. We're not gonna be here. We're going. She was even talking about like self-deletion. Yeah, she was not coming back because she knew the risk is you're gonna get arrested. She was arrested before she could even board the flight. How rude.
And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by
You
participate.
tell
I
me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Katherine Magbanua, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that. In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, "You've never hurt or threatened anybody." And she says, "I know."
Yes.
You at least considered that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant, and they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's they?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made up a decision, or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6, 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop and get gas?
Definitely,
Maybe something to eat?
possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami,
Yes, sir. I'm
Went to
sorry.
the
That was a-
airport.
That was a very open-ended, I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
got to Miami Airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went.
It is.
Okay, and when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant.
That they were going to try and get one. What that decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant, did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock
When they obtained it or when they decided?
when they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant, but that was the decision I thought at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there.
No.
Okay. And they know that someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
Okay, so there was a phone communication.
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right. So he says we've decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So an
who worked
agent,
there.
an agent from the FBI.
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him, and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told it.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him, the other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please.
Shame. Caroline says, thank you, G. I'm proud to be a Grizzly. Thank you so much for your €22 sticker. Oh my word. I had a poll going. I've just ended the poll, and it seems like you guys have voted for the full fluff buffet. Yeah, meaning we're going to see a whole bunch of clips of lots of different things, okay? When they go to lunch, whenever that may be. Might be on cross-examination all day.
Now, the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
Sustained. Please approach. How long are you planning to do this cross-examination? And where exactly is this headed? I think it's lunchtime, right? Oh my. Wow, okay. Vaz says, poor guy, he needed to hydrate after answering all those irrelevant questions. G and all the mods, well, I'm like, love you, I'm just inserting words now. I'm just putting words in your mouth. Sorry about that, you just said you are the best. I'm like, you love us so much. Thank you so much for being a member for 25 months. I really appreciate your support. Happy Grizzlyversary. Yeah, Stefan says the judge is hungry. Yeah, my goodness. Erika says, ach, rechtig, en sit asseblief, which means, please, man, sit down. Oh, my word. Okay. Shame, shame. Special Agent Pat Sanford, he's done so well. What is happening? Oh, I'm like, did everyone leave? No, there's still a couple of people in the corner here. Okay. Shame. Look at him. Regretting his career choices. Damn it, man. It's okay. Don't worry, sir. The weekend is near. Tom Hartley said, defense is not there to look cute or bat her eyes. I like seeing a smart woman do a tough job well. So which one is she doing? Which one is she doing? Like to see a smart woman do a tough job well. Well, yeah, we all do, right? Let's bring up the redirect.
Okay, might have lost my train of thought.
We all did.
May I approach the witness room?
You may.
Agent
Look at his face. We're all going to the Grizzly Spa after this for the whole weekend. We need to recover, right?
Special Agent?
Either or.
Titles don't matter to you?
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Okay.
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to give.
It's an emergency visa, we heard. Visa. I said like she just said visa. It's an emergency one, okay? She needed it quick after her son got convicted.
Out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Was she expecting him to say, no, please, stay here. I like it when you're in my space?
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese, you may.
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay,
Yes,
so it was for
tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
The top. Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is
But she bought a one-way ticket. Okay, if you're going to have multiple entries allowed with this emergency visa that you got right after your son was convicted, and the incriminating jail call, where Charlie actually was done, okay, talking, and you thought you hung up, but they were still recording. That, yeah, there was going to be no back and forth. There wasn't a return flight booked, let alone multiple return flights. There was a one-legger, okay? One-way ticket to Vietnam, non-extradition country. Okay. Yeah, sarcasm said, here's the start. Here's the start of your defense fund. I thank you so much. I might need to speak to my lawyer. And when I say that, I mean Josh Ritter. Josh, it's me. I snarked a little too hard. I snarked too hard today. Can you help me? Misty said, I'm tired listening to Jackie, but I'm so happy to spending my 62nd birthdays with the Grizzlies, Gizla, and all the great mods. So thank you so much. And happy birthday to you. Oh, my word. You bought me a sticker on your birthday? Damn. I do like that agreement. Everybody buy me stickers for your birthday. Okay, I'm just kidding. Thank you for spending time here with us. Let us continue to listen to this cross-examination.
it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach?
Maybe ask Wendi. Isn't Wendi an immigration attorney? And then didn't Donna say, shouldn't we ask Wendi for some business assistance and that she should look into non-extradition countries for us?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Put Wendi on the stand.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably, there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did Donna take off her shoesies yet for the security checks? Did she take off her belt? Oh, okay, where was she? What were you wearing, sir?
Anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave?
I believe so.
Okay, and you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point you saw them?
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across the And there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
But did you sit though, sir? And were you drinking coffee? Did you have milk in that coffee? Huh? B. Lee said, setting aside Donna Adelson and her actions, it pains me to say that... well, that's an interesting nickname. Jackie is growing on me a little. I know. Shame. Please don't exile me. No one's getting exiled. She reminds me a little bit of Jane Lynch, the actress, and I love that actress. She's so funny, but for cross-examination, this is not funny, and this is not a funny case. It's very serious. So now this cross-examination is very tiring, but no one's getting exiled, okay? You don't go, you stay seated.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together?
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal.
Terminal.
It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there is
about that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went
Irrelevant.
opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the
Seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane.
Seated or standing, one of the two. And were they eating edamame or what? What exactly were they doing?
In that area.
Okay, the flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from
And-
Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been
Absolutely.
able to see?
Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall of them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
Okay.
And phones, and shoesies, and scrunchies.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there
Okay.
before we got there.
Okay.
There was only
Were-
like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you
believe
said?
so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, you know, sections, whatever, you can board the flight. Old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that fair to
Sure.
say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's where you kind
Is she trying to learn how to travel? Would you like to go to Vietnam, Jackie? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, they scan your boarding pass. That's what they do. Then you walk on, you go to your seat.
I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket and or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors, and it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside of that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay. And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
Correct.
Yeah.
And did Mrs. Adelson have a red carpet? No? Why? Why did my client not have a red carpet while she was boarding on her one-way flight to Vietnam? While eating her edamame scrunchie on her wrist.
She went past the ticket into the jetway,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off, and after they're through the jetway, by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating
Right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. And then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
Well, people are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her.
How dare they? They made her think that she was actually successful in boarding this flight. She even gave in her little ticket, went on to the jetway. Okay, she was singing that she's leaving on a jet plane, never coming back again. And then, here they come, they arrested her. How dare they do such things?
Right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
In your investigation,
You literally asked if you went through your little process that you went through? You were asking FBI Special Agent Pat Sanford if you went through your little process. They went through their process, yeah.
you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
Right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with
Neon thongs, PJs, scrunchies.
boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay. And
Well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay.
How many changes of clothing did they have, sir?
She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you.
And she did try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hand.
No, ma'am, I was very gentle.
Okay, you got the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay. I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
Yes, Gloria is also asking, did you, sir, count how many pieces of underwear Mr. and Mrs. Adelson had? Ah, how do you know they weren't coming back then? That wouldn't then be sufficient for their forever trip. Did they pack any slippers? What else did they have in that bag? Do you have those items right now? Oh my, okay. Wendi says Sanford is a grizzly. I agree. We're voting him in. That stamina, sir. And the subtle snark. We do like that. Kelly said so she'd know the date of the bar mitzvah, but chose to buy a more expensive one-way ticket. Sure, Jackie. And they plan to return
We will bring
by
the
flying
jurors
pigs.
back in the next 5 minutes.
Oh.
If anyone needs to use the restroom,
Thank
stretch
you.
your legs, please do so now.
5 minutes, okay. And then what? Wait. 5 minutes. Sorry, I'm just like 5 minutes. You guys are lying. We're 11 minutes behind. And wait, where? See, 5 minutes is actually 10 minutes. That's what it is. My word. Go forward. Okay. Anne says he's trying so hard not to smile. Right? Yeah, see, Taylor, was their money wet? Did they have to remove the staples at security? I mean, I don't know. That questioning, wow, that was interesting. Keiko on YouTube also said, was Mr. Adelson's cash damp in his wallet?
Please be seated. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie Magbanua has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanua has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie Magbanua and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did you say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect by the state.
have any direct evidence? Did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
Is it up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient?
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally,
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your opinion.
Yes, it is, says Georgia Kappelman. Take this redirect home, ma'am. It's going great. Kate M. GTC said, it's my kitty's birthday. Her name is Alfie, and she's insisting that all kitties get extra treats and kisses. And hit the like button just once. Thank you so much, and I demand a picture of Alfie sent straight to my inbox, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com.
Weren't you?
Sustained, Ms. Kappelman.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
no, it was not.
Okay. You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Katherine Magbanua. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the texts and so forth, right?
It's all to explain everything, yes.
It's not typically going to be sending I love you text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay, and
This would be Georgia Kappelman destroying Donna's entire defense right here and now. Being like, oh, I see what you guys are doing there with that long cross-examination and everything you brought in. Okay, so let's just make sure that whole whatever tower crumbles before Donna even gets on the stand. Before Charlie even gets on the stand. You go, Georgia.
the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay, and since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Katherine Magbanua, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
All right. And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes.
We're back to the planner.
So January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This would have been 2023, I believe.
Well,
No, I can't see it. Bar mitzvah.
sorry. Let me,
Sorry, I got something to
it's
refer
no
to.
problem.
Sorry.
What year did she
Oh,
try to board the plane?
yeah, 2023.
tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing
And it's a pretty busy time of year to be flying, especially if you want to come back by January 14th. Damn, okay.
inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
Okay, she didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing. The calls. You were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
All right. I mean, that
And thank you so much for that, sir. Thank you so much.
was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
Oh, damn. Then they're going to be there for weeks deliberating.
All right, one moment, please. Nothing further, Judge.
Agent Sanford, you may finally.
Like, if you may finally, sorry, we want to hear that. Yeah, if Donna wanted to return in time for the bar mitzvah, I'm pretty sure everyone knows you need a return ticket booked then, because January 14th to be landing back then, it's going to be expensive, and it might be fully booked around that time, you know? It's 2 weeks after New Year's, but still, that's a very busy flying time, and she didn't have a return ticket? That's sus.
Step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Let me take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break.
Definitely not looking confident.
Everyone can be seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in.
Ooh.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or...
Whoa. Sorry, what? She's being sworn in already? Swearing in for what? What's the matter? What's going to happen? I know I can just play it and we can watch, but I'm so excited. Speak, Donna, speak.
Affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. Yes. I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
She says yes. Okay. Just in case you all missed what I said earlier when we were reading through the witness list, okay, of who's still maybe going to take the stand. Patricia Byrd, and what's the other lady's name? Denise who now? Hold on. Where is my list? Now you're going to hear paper flapping. Okay. It is. We were saying, we hope it'll be Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt. Drina is Donna's jail daughter. Donna named her that herself. She's like, oh, we're so close. You're like my jail daughter. They're turning against Donna. Donna told them some things while she was in jail, allegedly told them some things, and they're going to testify against her, both in the hopes of getting less time that they need to serve. The state has not rested. The judge is just preparing Donna for the people that are going to turn against her jail buddies.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
Couldn't hear. Who will fit?
You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Summer says, what did the judge ask her? Did you missed it? Okay, here you go. One more time. One more time, so everybody hears it loud and clear, that this afternoon, jail inmates, Donna's friends,
Everyone
will be
can be
testifying.
seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses.
Yes.
I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
Couldn't hear. Who will fit?
You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
Oh yeah. We're going to have to see. Are they credible? Are they not? What are they going to say? What tea do they have to spill? Cloudy tea. Dirty tea. They bring the dirty tea into the room. We want to hear it all. And then we'll make up our minds, right? My email address is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I see since I asked for Kate M. GTC to send me Alfie, now I have an inbox full of animals. Thank you everyone for emailing me pictures of your pets. I do like that. Those are my favorite kind of emails. Post-Punk Mama said, Donna should have watched Jumpsuit Pablo. Ain't no friends in lockup. I know, right? Thank you so much for being a member for 11 months. Okay. I don't want to miss anything.
We will continue with the remaining.
Hi.
At this time, we will have our lunch break as well. The parties will need to report back by 1:40. Once the jurors are ready, we will continue with the remaining witnesses. Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
What's the original plan, Judge?
All of them.
Do what we can do.
Best laid plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first.
Oh my, the state plans to rest today. But, you know, that's going to be a push after lunch to fit in all the other witnesses, whoever that may be. We know already it's going to be 2 inmates that are that befriended Donna And she trusted them enough to apparently tell them all sorts of things. Can't wait to hear that. Okay, and so if the state does rest, remember that Monday is Labor Day in the USA. It's a public holiday. That's why the judge says they'll come back on Tuesday. So we have a long weekend to recover from our trial bubblus, which means trial hangover, which means trial fatigue.
First witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
Ooh, I can't wait. Can we please just teleport now? Stop it. We have a 1 hour lunch break, okay? Right now, from what the time that is right now, we have 1 hour of time. And I'd asked you on a poll before, what do you want to watch? Wendi Adelson's police interview, Charlie Adelson's testimony. There's another video compilation which is called, wait, what is it called? It is called something about snarky comments, snarky moments, literally, law and crime name, but snarky moments when Wendi took the stand, so that would be interesting as well. Donna Adelson's arrest video. I'm sure they would have to show this, right, to the jury. When are they going to be showing that? Okay, so hopefully that. Now, BBLE said, I would love to see Alfie, the birthday cat, during the spicy lunch. Also, please tell us what it's like in beautiful Switzerland today. Well, I wouldn't know. I'm in my dungeon. I'm in my dungeon with you. And I mean that well. I just mean I'm in my office, curtains closed, you know what I mean. So I have no idea what it's like outside today. This morning was a beautiful day. Hold on 1 second. We're going to bring up some things to watch during lunch break in a moment, but I will quickly show you Alfie the cat, who Kate M GTC. All right, Court TV, damn. This is Alfie, who Kate M said it's Alfie's birthday today, and that the sticker that Alfie bought was for treats for Willow, Pepper, and Fury. Yeah, somebody says jail tea. Thank you, Kate, for sending that. So we've got that. I've got one other one. Which one? Wait. Oh, no, this is too cute. Stop it. Hold on. I've got Christy sending me guinea pigs. They are so cute. They heard him say he put guinea pig in the trunk as a gift. What does that even mean? They want him charged. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Look at these ones. Oh, no. Stop it. They're so cute. I love it when you guys send me pets, okay? So we've got that. Now, let's bring up things that we're going to watch. Okay, first I want to show you something. Yeah, definitely this. Thank you to everyone who sent me this. I'm going to have to share it with everyone who has never seen this. So this is apparently, it says genuine advert from the Adelson Institute featuring Katie, Charlie, Donna, and Harvey. So I don't know if Katie's in it, but genuine advert from the Adelson Institute. Okay, let's just watch this. It's quite entertaining. Here we go. It's from a channel called Murder by Maestro.
What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course,
that wasn't Katie though, but okay.
We use nitrous oxide and oral sedation
There's Charlie.
for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
Roll at the Adelson Institute. Here we go.
My name is Dr. Charlie.
Stop it. We need to see this. We need to see this like this. This is what got me laughing. I'm like, what in the hell? Look at Charlie Adelson. L-whopped now. Thank you, Esme. Yeah, you guys are like, a commercial? Yes. And we're here to laugh at him. Okay.
Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's smiles and change the way they chew change the way they live, and change their self-esteem and how they think about themselves on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office,
what can they expect when they come to your office? Well, I mean, he's also been sued in the past. They can expect me to be on the phone with my girlfriends, talking all sorts of smack, saying dirty things, talking about dick pics on my phone, telling, my colleagues to just give them some mouthwash. That, we heard it on the wiretaps, okay?
they're being treated like family, and it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist, and the periodontist are all working together to give them the optimal result.
My name is Jennifer Catchill. I've been coming here for about 10 years. My experiences have been very positive. The staff is very professional. I came here 10 years ago to get my veneers put on, and I have been absolutely thrilled with the results, and I can't...
Okay, shame, it's not this lady's fault. There's another guy that also has, like testimonials, but let's just leave them in peace. Shame, I wonder what they're thinking now. Huh? Can you believe that advert? I was like, wait, what? Okay, so we have that. Now, what did I just hold on, I want to see where this link is that I allegedly...
And about what time of day did you...
I want to show you this fiery testimony. It's called Fiery Testimony and Snarky Comments Fly Between Charlie Adelson's Sister and the Prosecutor. I thought this could be a fun one to watch. We are, for our lunch today, having a full fluff buffet. So we'll watch a little bit of each. Well, this is only 11 minutes. Let's watch this whole damn thing. Okay, so we watched the Adelson Institute advert. Now we're watching the snarky and fiery comments between Georgia Kappelman and Wendi Adelson at Charlie Adelson's trial. When was his trial? Well, 2023, November 2023, right? He was convicted on November 6th of 2023. So let's watch this, and then we'll move on to something else. If you are a replay watcher and you do not want to watch this lunch break stuff, then just follow the timestamps. They are in the pinned comment, the very top comment. You'll see like numbers, right? That's what I put in there for you, manual timestamps. You can click on the numbers. It'll take you to the next witness. It will say court resumes, right? Afternoon session, all of that. Next witness, can't wait. If you don't want to watch this. Or you can look in the description box, or you can hover over the video and you'll find it there. Okay, so let's see this.
Did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
It would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have what?
Oh, I'm sure if you guys actually go to a buffet, you want to know what's the next course, right? We're watching this, and then we'll watch Donna Adelson's arrest video. Okay, and we'll watch her walk of shame through the airport. Through all those words that the defense attorney used. That are not really airport words, but we'll watch all of that, not the red carpet.
WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
There's Charlie on trial.
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school, so everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. If I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Katherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about...
EVG, 70 Girl says, why does Wendi always wear the same blue? Well, legal experts might speculate, oh, that's a strategy so that if people search for her testimonies, it looks like she's always wearing the same thing, and people might not realize how many times she's actually testified at her family's trial. Well, Charlie's trials, yeah, for Dan Markel's murder. Interesting. For searchability's sake, streamlining all that, so it looks like she's only been there once.
Where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder, you tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that timing?
No, that sounds right.
Okay, and then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic. I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was.
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you, and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct. That was a very strange day. Driving past her former house, her ex-husband's house, seeing all the police tape, not calling the preschool to check if her kids are okay, not calling Dan Markel to check if he's okay. Just seeing the tape and turning around. Caroline said she has blue eyes, blue clothes, work with blue eyes too. Well, that's true, but the thing is she wears contacts to have those blue eyes. Apparently she wears contacts to make them extra blue. Okay, but yeah, it does go well with blue eyes.
Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media, and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them. And
that sounds like that was naughty.
Yeah.
But also, wow. You, didn't expect half your family to be arrested, did you now? Because now the Adelson surname, I
was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press just as much as Markel?
It was not in the press. Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide?
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
And then never again after she was arrested. I hope you're not bored. I want to show you these snarky, fiery comments, okay, between Georgia Keppelman and Wendi. Then we're going to watch Donna's arrest video, okay? Stay with me, all right? We're here for the full buffet.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Well,
Were you involved in any way in
the lighting in the courtroom has been improved, right?
Plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your...
You learned today. Wait. Let me check the date of this. When was this? It says 1 year ago. When Charlie Adelson's sister took the stand. It's a year ago. What do you mean? Today? You learned today. I'm just confused. Your ex-husband was murdered. Luis Rivera indicted. Convicted. Plea deal. Sigfredo Garcia, Katherine Magbanua. Yeah, arrested and convicted. And now you're here for your brother's trial and you're like, I learned today. Really? Oh my goodness. Right.
Brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it?
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people.
Yeah.
Right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't really believe that was possible.
But you said it. You said it.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
Oh my. How about now?
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You said...
Page 25. That's right. That's right, Wendi. Look at that, page 25. And we saw this happen in this trial as well. Donna's trial when Wendi testified. I don't recall. Page 45, Wendi. Tab number 2. Hello. Wow.
Say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
Yes, look at it, Wendi. Look at it.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
Oh, my word. Wendi's attitude was so different there, right? What I say here under the highlighted part is that he actually would never do it. Whew. Very, very, that's why they say snarky and like feisty going on here. Oh, my word. It was a little different this year at Donna's trial. She was definitely not like this. Look, even Charlie's surprised.
Need a copy?
Look at him. Ay, 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 ay.
Page 25, line 5 through 15.
Charlie, the red tie is matching the red flags. You all are. Red tie, interesting choice for your trial.
I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we...
He's literally laughing at his own joke again. Oh my word, look at him. He's like, that was good, that was impressive. He's probably told it 1,000 times and irritated everyone with it. But I could have gotten you a hitman, but got you this TV instead. Yeah, but then you got a... Who actually bought the TV? Did you actually buy the TV, Charlie? But then you also got a hitman, huh? Interesting. Okay.
Agree, you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview.
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you what good does it serve, you say, I mean my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy.
Oh, she says, oh boy. Georgia Keppelman says, oh boy. This is the transcription, and I think there's inaccuracies in it. Oh boy, says Georgia Keppelman. Oh my word. Yeah, Peggy said, dang, she threw him under the bus in 5 minutes. Yes, she did. You guys have seen that interview, right? Wendy's police interview. Oh man, she did.
Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired him, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid him.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my word.
You didn't want him held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried...
Yeah, you said it would be different though if it was your family.
...to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I say.
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what
today,
I said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Ooh, oh my word. That was spicy, huh? Oh, goodness. I feel like we were supposed to be watching that. Okay, now I wanted to show you Donna Adelson's body cam of her arrest. I don't know if they're going to show this full 26 minutes at the trial. Are they gonna? If so, we'll watch it twice. But let's watch the whole thing in case they don't show the whole thing. Okay, so here we go. So this was November 13th of 2023, a week after Charlie Adelson had been convicted, which shocked Donna and Charlie tremendously. Like, what do you mean? You did so well, Charlie. You spoke so well. He's like, I know. And this was after that, you know, the jail call that was actually recorded that she thought she hung up, where they heard she was looking into non-extradition countries. And as she did, she got an emergency visa, booked a one-way ticket. We just heard a lot of that testimony. Okay, so this is 26 minutes long. Shall we watch it? See every minute of this humiliation? Okay, here we go. This is Donna and this is Harvey. And look, they've got little baggies with them, which is what the defense attorney was asking all about. So many questions. Here's her phone that they're about to snatch from her. Harvey is dressed and ready to go.
Your cell phone? No, I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to?
Because my attorney said not to.
Why do I have to give it to you? This is evidence. Evidence. She's under arrest. I have to go with. I have to go. I have to go. You don't have that choice. Let me help you out. No, I have to stay. Please don't do this. Don't stay. You need to grab the bags. Take the bags. Yeah. And you need to wait outside. Okay.
husband's almost 80 years old. He can't
Yeah,
come
I
with
can't.
me?
Please, can I help? No, you can't join me there. Oh, don't do this, please.
Please.
Oh,
Someone's got
God.
to help him get home. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Hold on to that for me.
Is that okay with you?
Please, you don't have that with handcuffs on. She's not going anywhere. Please, please.
Do you have anything in your pocket?
No, no. No.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No, I
Does she have a necklace on? You
What I
can
got?
take the
My-
necklace off.
Take it off. Yeah.
In you? Okay, Donna, they're gonna make you squat and cough. Sorry about that. We're gonna be taking you to another room, ma'am. You're gonna be dropping it low. You're gonna squat and cough for us, okay?
The rings, take everything.
Sir, that is a weird moment for a kiss, okay? Get a room. In fact, don't worry. They're also they're gonna get Donna a room any minute now, but you're not invited. She's gonna have other friends now.
You give it to your husband. Because once you arrive at county jail, they're gonna make you remove all that.
Can I call my attorney?
You got the password ready?
Where am I going?
Just open your finger.
Straight to the slammer, Donna. Where am I going? To the slammer. To jail.
Where am I going?
You're going to the Dade County jail.
Dade County jail.
Broward County, right?
No, this is right here. The one on top.
I'm sorry, remove for hearings? No.
1 minute.
And there we have FBI Special Agent Pat Sanford, who just took the stand for it felt like all week Shane, the poor guy with the wiretap calls. Here he is, getting ready to to escort her to her new home, where she's been since this day, November 13th of 2023. And here we are in August of 2025. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go back.
You take it right through here.
Yeah, we'll go back out and just.
You're making a mistake.
Okay,
It's another mistake. It's two
do me a favor
mistakes.
and try to take the remote. See if we can get this off for you.
Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't want to hurt
her.
you. Please.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. Hold on, honey. Listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get in an Uber, go home.
I will.
Take
I
it
will.
easy.
I will.
All right?
Yes.
Here, honey.
If there's anything else in her person that she wants.
So the mischief maker, that's what she won that title or whatever. They're on Wheel of Fortune. She called herself a domestic coordinator. She's literally, she's telling Harvey over here, just you get home, get some rest. Rest? Your son has just been convicted on first-degree murder charges, conspiracy to commit murder. That means others are involved, okay? Now here goes number 2 of the Adelsons. Careful now, Harvey. You're aiding and abetting here, aren't you? Allegedly. Why are you helping her leave? We heard that recording. Okay. And also solicitation to commit murder. And Donna says, go home, get some rest, Harvey. He's not going to be sleeping at all. Well, unless maybe he's like, finally peace. I don't know.
Oh, it's coming, sweetheart. I got it's coming. Just a second.
Do you have her driver's license by any chance?
I'm sorry?
Her driver's
It's in my
Yeah.
it's in my purse.
Yeah.
How
Yeah, then you could get back.
Sure. Do
It's
you need her
almost there.
passport? Or can I give it to the husband? The passport can I give it to the husband?
What's over?
Where is it?
It's in the blue and white. It's in the blue and white.
Yeah, but I'm going to get her driver's license first. Yeah.
I do like this firm grip on her arm. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, you got that. got that grandma. Cardigans now. We got it. Not letting go.
And the license, the address on your license is correct?
Yes.
She needs all her.
When she goes to the jail, they work with the hospital.
They're all in here, though.
Yes, they work. If I take them here, what will happen is when you go there, they possibly toss them out. So when you go to there, you will meet the nurse and the doctor, and then they'll work in conjunction with the hospital to get you whatever you need.
Yeah, but I don't have a list with me. I know what's...
Driver's license? Yes.
I have a...
Is it multiple or is it just one or two?
No, there's a bag of medication in here. Is that what you're asking me?
She can take medication.
No, I know. I was just trying to find out if it was like one or two. Yeah, if it was one or two.
So remember, this was November 13th of 2023. Someone's saying, how old was she? Well, she's 75 now. So 73, right?
Two, then she may be going to take the name down.
Do you need anything else from her?
Can I ask you
we're good to
something?
go?
Can someone just get my husband outside and...
No, I'll get him.
The gentleman here will assist them in any way.
I'll be okay. I have the ring. Hold on.
Let me have the ring, please. No, I'll
Somebody, please. I want to domestically coordinate this now. Get my husband outside. Let him not suffer this humiliation. This unfortunate incident where we're getting arrested before we're going on a trip for peace. And they're not saying, what? Why would you arrest me? I mean, they're like, you're under arrest for the murder of Dan Markel. What? I know, she's just like, there's not much reaction, huh? That alone, I hope the jury sees all of this.
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right, so
we're at 5 minutes. I just want to show you this again right at the beginning because I think I was like 11 seconds in. Look.
Hi, how are you? You have an ID?
Ah, that was so good. We couldn't have missed that. We actually did start there, but I didn't point it out. That is FBI Special Agent Pat Sanford, who we just saw on the stand, saying, do you recognize me? And she's like, yeah, you're under arrest for the murder of Dan Markel. What? And then one more time, just because now we're here. Let's see them snatch the phone.
Your cell phone? No, I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to?
because my attorney said not to.
Why do I have to give it to you? This is evidence. She's under arrest. I have to go with you. I have to go. I have to look at
Let me help you out.
No, I have to stay.
And Harvey's saying, why do I have to give it to you? Why do I have to? Sir, they're not even talking to you. If I were you, I'd stop talking now. You want some silver bracelets? Why do I have to? You don't have to. She has to give her phone. Okay, so now we are here. Okay, here we go.
I love you.
Okay.
All right, so I don't have the meds, honey. They're all in here.
Give me 1 moment, please. Hold the body. 1 moment.
Thank you.
Oh, we're about to do a walk of shame. To all the members of the public, I am so sorry that you're part of this video. But if you're watching this with us, tell us, were you there that day? Did you see this happen? Was she embarrassed, huh? The airport walk of shame. Not boarding that plane, Donna. You're not, in fact, leaving on a jet plane. You're going in a cop car. Straight to jail. Straight to the slammer. No red carpet treatment here. Look at everybody looking. They're like, Okay.
Go out or?
Special Agent Sanford, should we go around? Should we parade her around this whole airport? Maximize the humiliation? A question says the sax music in the background, just a little bit of saxophone. They should play that in the lunch breaks, you know, at the trial. I don't think she'll like it. She won't like it. Okay, we do like to people watch. Now let's see if any of the of the people are looking. This one's looking. Here's a grizzly right here. I see you, ma'am. I'd be looking just like that. Whoa, what's going on there? Grandma's getting arrested. Okay, Sunflower said schedules up and says when all are presenting, and created by EJF said 2 people got to stretch out a little bit more on that flight after this. Yes, did they get upgrades, huh? One can only assume they were going to travel, you know, the best of the best. So, Chauncey Latour said the airport music is just chef's kiss. I know, right? This perp walk at this point. Wow. Okay, so let's have a look at what the other... Thank you for your sticker. Wait, there you go. There's another one. I see you grizzlies out there in the world. This one is like, whoa, look at that. Point, man, point at it. Okay, sorry. I'm just looking. These ones are doing their own thing, okay? This one is like in incognito mode. This lady's like, This guy's sort of looking, but this lady's like, Grandma, what happened to you, man? And I wonder if they, did these people watch the trial later? Did they find out? I'm sure they Googled, huh? They all used Uncle Google. Grandma gets arrested at airport. Yeah. Dozing Kitty, welcome. Okay, then looking. Oh, they were definitely looking, is he? Like, nope, nope, we're not really looking. Never mind. Hi, shame, Donna. You thought when you walked this way to get to the boarding gate, you were in the clear, huh? Nah, you turned around, you're getting marched all the way back. Shame. If you wonder why I interrupt this much, it's also because of the music. YouTube will sometimes be like, ma'am, that music, you can't play that on, and then they'll shut down the stream. Please don't YouTube. Disclaimer, this is actually public record. Okay, let's bring up our little public record banner. It is an exhibit or evidence that will be shown at a public trial. It is an arrest video with some airport music in the background, okay?
You have your case number, Vicky? No. Okay. All right. I have an issue with the musician thing. So I'm going to 06 from now, from here, and then I'll get the case number for that video.
We know that that lady that just passed that's on the phone and like is telling whoever she's on the phone with, ooh, I just saw some lady like getting paraded past me in handcuffs. Yes. Donna's looking at all those little massage booths, you know, those little massage chairs, all the gift shops, all the snacks. You can't go there now. You're going somewhere else. Somebody asking, how long has she been in jail since this day? Yes. Since this day.
You want to use the elevator? No, I mean, that won't work. The other one on the other side.
I think at this point she would be running, you know, there's like a list in her head, you know, going like, okay, what is the silver lining in this? Oh, I don't have to listen to Charlie's jail calls anymore. Awesome. Peace. Bliss.
Yeah, I'll hold you. Stay tight. No rush. Stay tight.
True Crime Addicted said, not everyone gets music for their perp walk. I know, right? She's so lucky. Boarding in a different direction. Noni says, Donna is writing a letter to the manager about this. How dare they embarrass me? Thank you for the snork, G. Thank you for the sticker. They were headed to Vietnam.
Okay, we want to thank Morgan & Morgan.
Hey, it's Jesse Weber. Thank you for appearing. Nice to see you, sir. We're just going to go forward now quickly and just continue watching the video. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I do like sidebar. Okay, so anyway, back to Donna being arrested. So they were on their way to Vietnam, a non-extradition country. Why? Because Charlie Adelson had timeshare investments in Vietnam with a friend. That friend is on this potential state's witness list. Are we going to hear from them or what? And so when Charlie got arrested and convicted, because his original plan was, whoa, if I ever hear of them, if they're going to arrest me, I'm out of here. But they arrested you before you could even try to get out of here, Charlie. So it became Donna's plan. Well, damn, you got convicted. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what Charlie was going to do. I'm going to Vietnam. Yeah, Charlie, your friend still got the timeshare there, right? I'm booking a one-way ticket. Now, you know what's a scary thought? If she had successfully hung up that phone when she called Charlie in the jail, they would never have this heads up that she was going to leave. I guess they were monitoring her, especially after the conviction, and maybe they would have been able to catch her. But the thing is, they had really compelling evidence for this arrest warrant because of what she said when the phone was still recording her, even though she was talking to her friends in a private conversation about her plans to leave the country. Yeah, so because of that little glitch, you know, sorry, Donna, but yeah, karma got you that day, huh? Sure. They knew your plans like a week ahead of time. They then saw, oh crap, you're really acting on it. You're getting an emergency visa. You've booked yourself a one-way ticket. Oh, you've packed your baggies. And off you go. Yeah, and they arrested her as she thought she was going to board so that they know they can prove you weren't just hanging around at the airport. You were literally going to get on that flight. You were trying to escape. So, yeah.
You fit in? Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome.
Yo me muevo ahora, hay una palanca. Okay, okay, I'll do that. Huh? Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm gonna leave it like that. Let me. Well, you can have the car if you want, you.
Keeping the faith. Thank you so much.
The camera. The address on the license is good. Huh?
I have a clip to show you after this. For our dessert, as part of the buffet. They're coming back at what, 1:45. We have time.
That's a comment, okay? Recording.
Almost got away, Donna. Almost got away. Clarify, this is a law and crime video and their sponsor is Morgan & Morgan, okay? I don't have those. Okay, so just so you know, when it pops up like that, we're watching a law and crime video. Yeah, thank you so much. Everybody out there congratulating themselves. Donna's just sitting there thinking about, oh man. She was so looking forward to checking in Vietnam and starting her new life. Okay, so she literally just sits there. We'll keep watching. She even wore her Nike hoodie that day. Just do it. Just do it. That's what she was telling herself. We're going to get out of here. Harvey, we're getting out of here. But now I wonder, if this was the plan, what was going to happen to their property? Somebody must have had knowledge that they're leaving. Who is she giving the property to? Because Charlie's in... he's in jail, about to be sentenced for LWOP. Okay, he was sentenced in December of 2023. So in this interim, he'd already been convicted, waiting for sentencing. Dr. Robert Adelson, elder son, doesn't talk to them, estranged. Okay, so Wendi, does she know about this? She didn't want to talk to her, as we heard on those recordings. Talk to my lawyer, said Wendi. So did Donna and Harvey was probably still living there, but if they were planning to leave, you know what I'm saying? He probably went back straight home. That must have been awkward. Did they give away furniture? Did they give away items? Were they just going to leave it there? Were they ever going to return? You know what I mean? Like, what is the big plan? It did not work out, but what was the plan, right? Bianca T said, chat seems to make grandma a derogatory term, speaking as a great-grandmother who doesn't own a cardigan. And it's definitely not a derogatory term. Donna, yeah, no, that one is who we're snarking at. Definitely not the word grandma. Thank you so much for your sticker. The snark is in context of she's just a sweet, innocent granny in her pastel cardigan. Like, you got to hear the whole context, right, to get the snark. It's not just grandma. We're not ageist over here. we got quite some aggressive bra tugging going on. The bra she'll never see again. The one she complained about when they put her in that smock in that room, based on the statement she made on that recording that she would, delete herself. They were like, ma'am, you made statements. We're gonna be watching you to make sure you're not a danger to yourself. And she's like, I don't even have a bra or silverware in here.
28 at 109. And then I took a 15 with 3105, and I was arrival at 2035. Then you can show me all that.
Condition doesn't go to the back because of the vent, because of the plastic.
Can we open this a little bit then? Absolutely. That's fine.
You'll be freezing. Yeah. You'll be glad you have it.
You're gonna be freezing at the jail. Is that what she said? That's what I heard. Let's hear it. We went back a few seconds.
Air condition doesn't go to the back because of the vent, because of the plastic.
Can we open this a little bit then? Absolutely. That's fine.
You'll be freezing. Yeah. You'll be glad you have it.
Donna's like, can I get some AC on in here? Can you please put the aircon on? It's so hot. That lady says, you'll be freezing at the jail. You'll be glad that you have this, this little hoodie. She's like, oh, great. They mean, just get hot now. It's fine because you will be freezing on that concrete block at the jail. Donna, is that you looking at us? Instant regret. Just a little bit awkward, hey? I'm gonna want more, I'm just saying. She says, no, Donna, stop. Stop speaking like that. They're like, okay, here we go. Very thirst.
Do you know how long we're going to sit? Oh, how long we're going to sit here?
Forever.
When he comes back, he's going to take you from here to the warrant store and then to the facility. We're waiting for the other officer to come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever information he took from you, I guess that's what he was missing, so he's going to enter that and come back.
Okay. So the next place is what? The warrant? What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say the next place was?
Well, see, what happened is
the jail will be spending the next however many days, because this is November 13th of 2023. She's been in this whole time. Kerry said, well, I don't know what FWI, well, I think the big time sponsors will be fighting over it. They already do. I say no to all of them. No, thank you. Snarkily, leave me alone. Take me off your mailing list. I don't want it. Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't want it.
The warrant that they have from you is from out of Leon County.
When did they issue a warrant?
So what happened is we have to take,
yeah.
we have to take you to our warrant room for that information to get entered. And then after that gets entered before we can take you to the jail, to the local jail.
Okay, because I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that?
You wouldn't know.
We wouldn't have been able to take you if there wasn't something in place.
So aren't they supposed to inform? Aren't they supposed to inform me if there was a warrant for me?
Well, I don't know the details.
Obviously, Donna, that's not how it works. They're not going to inform you before you try to flee the country that actually there's a warrant out for your arrest, okay? Why? How else would you have prepared? You would have you would have had your scrunchie, wouldn't you? Ah, okay.
Yeah, I don't either.
They had a warrant. The gentleman that you met earlier in the plain clothes.
Yes.
Right. They were supposed to inform you of whatever, and then because it's a county warrant, that's how we became involved.
Okay. Yeah.
She's like, the audacity. Can I speak to the manager, please? Donna, you look like you're trying to pull a Letitia there. Don't try to get out of those cuffs now. Thank you, Lady for Justice. FWIW, for what it's worth. Yeah, abbreviations like that, I'm like, it could mean so many things. Okay, for what it's worth is the official one. Thank you. We will be transporting you now. I'm so sorry it's not a limousine and that the aircon doesn't extend to the back, but are you okay back there? That's what you want. Erin says, they're telling you now. Surprise!
Can I cut the wrist?
1 second, Ray.
Hi, sir. Who else just heard Josh Ritter's voice saying, not my fault, when that camera fell and turned on his face there, huh? Josh is always like, no, not my fault.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bring up the window because it's raining.
It's raining a lot, yeah?
Been raining.
Okay, brother. Thank you, man. I'll see you.
Okay, so then they drive. Donna, you've arrived and you will now be checked in to probably not your own cell like you wanted Charlie to have, but you'll be checked in.
Refusal. Let me lock the door.
Just push my glasses up a little on my
Absolutely.
nose.
Like that?
Oh,
Okay?
thank you.
No, you're welcome. I'm gonna go to that office right there in the corner. Let me get the door for you.
Prisoner entrance. That's you, Donna, in red, VIP inmate. Where everybody's a VIP.
Thank you. How you doing? Let's have a seat over there. Yes, over. Let's put this up.
Welcome to the lobby.
We turn around a little bit this way, so it's always protocol that we need to follow, you know. Rules rules and regulations. We're gonna go through that door in the corner.
Oh, shame on her. This is not 5-star. Little different to the chicken you were imagining, huh? But don't worry, Charlie has timeshare here too. Okay. Same, but different. What's going on?
Could you show me arrival of UK? Ready for ending? 6014.
Bye, free world.
That's how I see it. Oh, you know why?
It's all good.
Yeah. That's why.
That's it, everyone. That's where she's been ever since. Wait, there's a guy waiting here for a few more seconds.
You know what, let's stand over there just in case it starts raining.
Don't want to get rained on now.
I don't know. How you doing, boss? Hold on for me. Yeah.
The concierge has arrived, Donna, with gloves. It's time to squat and cough. Literally, in that case, okay. So I want to show you this one quickly. They're supposed to come back from lunch now, but I can see they are not back quite yet. Hold on, let's just refresh this to make sure. We don't want to miss a thing. Okay, so here she's testifying. We actually watched this together. So it is on the playlist, okay? I can only show you a bit, but we have to switch over to the court feed when they start, which should be now, actually. They're a minute late. But look at her here. She was testifying at... I'll link it for you if we don't get to see it. It was 6 months ago. She took the stand at a pretrial hearing, right?
Witness stand. Yeah.
Played at 1.1. Look at her go.
Please raise your right hand as best as you can. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. You may take the seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine Mr. Zellman when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Slowly. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and make sure you speak into the microphone?
We'll get a little preview of what she's going to be like on the stand. Somebody said, yeah, Ingrid said they did not put the ambulance part in this video. Can you send that to me if you find like a raw copy? Because I found copies where there's a lot of commentators, and I would like to see that with you. So if you do know where it is, send it to me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. That would be great.
Yes, Donna Adelson.
Now, I want to direct your attention, we heard the call earlier. The call on November 7th of 2023 at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember where you worked?
Yes, I was in my apartment in my living room.
Do you remember who was present when you got the call?
Yes, my husband, Harvey, and friends of mine, my attorney, Susan Brotman and her husband, Richard Chapman.
You said your attorney. What kind of law does Ms. Brotman practice? Or did she?
She does estate planning.
Was Ms. Brotman present at your apartment for the purposes of providing you with legal counsel?
Yes, she was.
And do you remember receiving a call from Charlie?
Yes, of course.
And where was Charlie at the time?
So he was in a room by himself. It was after the conviction.
Was he in jail?
He was in jail.
Okay.
Yeah, in jail.
What did you do when you saw that Charlie was calling?
Answered the phone.
And you heard the recording that we played earlier?
Yes.
And you agree?
See, I hereby speculate this was her practice round for when she's going to take the stand at her trial. So this was 6 months ago, pre-trial hearing. She decided to testify to what that call was, the hot mic moment where she was talking about Vietnam and all that, when she thought she hung up, that.
Agree for your call with your son to be recorded, correct?
Yes.
As the call was happening, do you know at what point Charlie was no longer on the call?
No, only when because I was talking, and then all of a sudden I asked him something, and I said, "Charlie, do you hear me, Charlie?" And I said it a few times, and he didn't respond anymore. And I knew the call was over.
Now, in the course, during the time that your son was incarcerated in Leon County Jail, did that happen more than, was that a frequent occurrence?
Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, unfortunately.
Okay. And would there be times when you didn't realize at first that he was no longer on the call?
Yes.
Where in your apartment were you when this happened?
So I was in my living room.
And you heard your voice on that first call number 562, when you repeated, "Charlie, Charlie, are you there?"
Right.
Did you believe the call had ended?
Yes.
And in times prior to this, what would happen after that? What would you do when that would happen?
If he didn't respond anymore, that was it. The call was over.
Okay, so they are resuming now. I just want to see where she talks about the peace.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
In custody. All right, but this particular call that day, evidently you did not
Switch
properly
over
hang
now.
up, right?
Evidently.
Okay. And have you ever forgotten to press the button on a call before?
I mean, it may have happened. I don't know.
Sure. Has your phone pocket dialed people
When-
before?
Has it what?
Pocket dialed people before? When you've been out of custody.
Pocket dialed?
Right.
I don't know what you mean.
Like if your phone is in your pocket or in your purse and it accidentally calls someone you didn't mean it to?
I mean, that could have happened, sure.
Okay. And you also could have not pressed the button on your cell phone to end a call before, right?
It's possible.
Okay. It's not quite as big of a deal as it used to be when you would actually have to hang up the phone.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Go.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Whatever stopped the call. I mean, I don't know how it stopped, but it stopped. When the call was over with Charlie, it was over.
Nothing.
In this pretrial hearing, so this is just she actually testified that she was just looking up these non-extradition countries because she wanted to go travel there for peace. It was ridiculous to watch that. But now we need to switch back over. I will link that for you. I'll link the full one, by the way, is we watched it together. I think it's on the playlist, so we can check that out. But now we must switch over because we've got very exciting testimony coming up in the live trial. Welcome back from lunch break everybody, especially if you're following the timestamps and you skipped over lunch. Then court resumes. Here we go. Are you ready? Okay.
Everyone can be seated. The jury, I hope you had an enjoyable lunchtime. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Grossman.
Come on, we want the inmates, but okay, detective. Sorry, detective. That lunch felt like it went by so quick, right? Oh my word. Did you enjoy your full buffet? The full fluff buffet. Okay, here we go. Oh, he means business. Donna, are you worried? Let's see Donna.
Please raise your right hand, Detective. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
How are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127 Brickell Avenue, apartment 1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm going to show you some of those, which I've marked as 143 through 163. Just take a moment to look through those.
See? Scrunchy after lunchy every time, Donna.
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that day?
Yes.
This time I'd ask to move into evidence 143 through 163.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 143 through 163 are admitted.
May I
Please
publish?
silence all devices. Yes, you may publish.
Publishing states 144.
Are we going to see the airport arrest video now again? Probably.
Is it a condominium located in a high-rise?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And states exhibit 145. Is this kind of the view from the entrance to the residence?
Yes, ma'am. That would be closest to the front door looking in.
Oh, you mean like when you went in there and took pictures? What are we going to see? I'm so excited. I do have to for my health. I don't want to ever get up and leave, okay? But I don't like it. But I take you with me on my phone. So I'm still there and chatting and everything. And I'm still listening to everything. I just have to go off screen for a moment to stretch. And I'm very sorry about that. But you want me to stay alive for long, right?
And did you observe some luggage there in the residence? I guess toward the entryway?
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147. Why this won't focus for us? Seems to be better when it's zoomed in. Or not. States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Yes.
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 150. As part of the search warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Interview. Did you also take possession of some visas? Publishing states 149 Vietnam visas?
Yes, we did.
Okay. approach and show you what's been marked as states 129 and 130. Are those the visas that were seized?
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson, and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
129 and 130 are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 146. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is this planner, is this how it was, open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
I'm approaching the states 59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see that's pictured on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 59.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't moving it in. 59A, sir. I'm showing you that now. The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified and 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate copies of pages from 59?
From what it appears, yes.
Okay, this time I'd ask to move into evidence 59A.
Any objection?
No objection.
59A is admitted.
Publishing States 143. Was this note present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Yeah, you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure, November 14th, 2023.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Came all the way from Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverde, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge of?
Yeah, our team. I was the affiant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist. And we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm just going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not. Okay. All right. Let me see here just a second. Did you make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc., if it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, etc., etc.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say, as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the State's, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And on 160, does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
The way she's staring at him.
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old. See that little light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there. I'm not.
Okay. Did you all, excuse me, do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No.
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe, no.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so,
okay.
Yes.
And what time did you say you left?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
What time we left. It might have been 3-something.
3-something? So you were there at least a couple of hours?
By the time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m.
Okay.
So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought.
Again. So did we. Zen Jane Arts are definitely not allowed to get that close to a witness. Interesting. She does get quite close, and she always says, sorry, not trying to get up in your personal space, but then you are in their personal space. Back off, lady.
When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please.
Yeah, any damp stapled money in there? Hmm?
One of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect. You may step down, detective. Will he be recalled?
No, sir.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Please call your next witness.
They called Patricia Byrd.
Yes. A jail informant, Patricia Byrd. Here we go, everybody buckle up. Get whatever. This time, I don't actually normally say get the popcorn out, but really. A jail informant? Someone's going to tell on Donna now. Will we believe them? We'll have to decide. Will they be telling the truth? Thank you, Mandy. Here we go.
Please
tell us
loudly and
everything.
Clearly.
Hello,
And
Patricia.
You can adjust the microphone
Everything. We want to know everything. Okay, don't hold back now.
for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Byrd.
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A. Byrd, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
Yes.
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
Yes. I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case?
Yes.
That you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
Yes.
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
Yes.
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
Yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's an open bay where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together?
Yes.
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women?
Yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right, and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes.
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
Yes.
When you were in the same pod,
FYI, this is not the jail daughter yet. That one is called, she's got a different name. Hold on. Patricia Byrd. This is Patricia Byrd. Drina Bernhardt. So we're going to see Drina also testify against Donna today.
With Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina Bernhardt.
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
Yes.
Were you and Drina the closest?
Yes.
To her, I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Stop it.
So she said,
excuse me? She said what?
She did do it, and she did it to keep her grandkids.
Yes.
But she didn't expect it to go this far.
Yes.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Was that several years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with Magbanua for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with Magbanua?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with Magbanua, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that Magbanua told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land?
Yes.
And that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
Now, was any of that true as far as did Magbanua ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary.
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
and noodles and stuff like that.
Okay. But it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Magbanua said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay, but that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
They spoke to Lindsay Knight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhardt?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah, did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
They did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
Just a second.
Cross-examination.
Oh my. Okay, I've got a poll going. I'll tell you the options now. Marianne said she's too direct and no extra info. This is as honest as she gets anyway. Now, let's see the poll. Do you believe this informant? 67% of you say yes. Now it's 68. 68% of you say yes. 14% say not fully. 3% say not at all. And 15% say not sure. So what is she gonna, was she promised anything? No, but she might get a lesser sentence for this, in exchange for this, perhaps. Isn't that why they would do this? You know what I mean? But anyway, Ali B from Tennessee said she has no reason to lie. I mean, they did ask her, have you been promised anything? She said no. Ooh, telling on Donna. So Donna and Donna, is she still offering dental work as payment? You know, like she did to Katherine Magbanua as well? Interesting, okay. Same patterns then.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, she did give her that side eye. Look, she's looking at her now. I was just going to say, she's not even looking at her, but now she's like...
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
Oh dear.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
To the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator?
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer?
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss Magbanua was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Miss Magbanua was manipulative?
I did.
Is that true?
It is.
Now you testified
Careful, Donna, don't make a face,
testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanua?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Thank you for the sticker, Angel. Yeah, Donna learning not to trust anyone in the can. I mean, she didn't know that before?
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Okay. Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times?
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said it, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page on my number?
I don't have it.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony.
I mean, the defense is bringing up some good points of some conflicting statements. If I were going to vote, I wonder what I would think if we were on, if you were on the jury. What are you thinking? Not fully. Yes. I'm interested in this information. It sounds about right based on other ways that Donna had paid, like Katherine Magbanua, for example. Okay.
So she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
England said on jury would disregard her testimony. Ali B from Tennessee said, I'm thinking she's already guilty, so I don't care. Jamie said answer is limited to 1 or 2 words, being very careful. And do you think that makes her reliable or not? Donna Smith said, not a reliable witness in my opinion. Eggshell 99 says, I don't believe her. Mom Eagle said, I don't believe everything she's saying.
I'll refer you, I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newland and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20.
Don't you think that because she said that Donna offered her, I mean, what, money, land in a trailer? Okay. But dental work. Ooh, I mean, Patricia Byrd does not know that that's how the Adelsons, you know, paid some of these people off by offering dental work. That seemed, to me, I believe that. I believe most of what she's saying then. You know what I mean? Yeah, so there we go. Amy McCammon said Donna pays people off, so this kind of tracks. And specifically with dental work. So, yeah.
And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you just read that to yourself, please? say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Would she really be tracking who, when, what, where, or does she just want to share the information? All valid questions. Yeah, you give her that side. Sorry. I just like that side eye. And Donna's like, how could you? But I want to see the other one as well. Drina. Ooh, that's who Donna called her jailhouse daughter. Galen Gambardella said, I love watching trials with other Grizzlies. I love watching trials with other Grizzlies. Me too. Thank you for being here to watch this trial with us. We will watch
Byrd, you've testified
many
that
more.
you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were...
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir. We finished.
Oh, damn. Good job on the defense there. Finishing like, I no more questions.
You were going to say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes.
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
On a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes.
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
Yes.
And your own attorney?
Yes.
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Katherine Magbanua, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of.
Okay. And she said yes?
And she said yes.
Thank you.
Ooh, jail tea
Down,
is
will
hot
this witness be
today.
recalled by either party?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
Fed.
Look at Harvey's not happy.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Drina Bernhardt.
Here we go. Here's the next jail informant. Okay, so I've got to make a new poll or what? Well, we'll just leave it at this. Do you believe this informant? 63% said yes, 17% said not fully, 5% said not at all, and 14% said not sure. I believe her. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I believe her. Oh, she offered you dental work. She said, yeah, I did it, but I didn't think it's going to go that far. Harvey's like, you're not getting any veneers from me. Oh, dear. Okay, now the next witness is the one that Donna called her jail daughter. Donna was very close to this one, apparently. Oh, and just a disclaimer, I totally understand that. How on earth can someone trust a jailhouse snitch? How? I don't know. I like the tea. It's interesting. I think it checks out when she said she offered her dental work. I'm like, ooh. Oh, damn, okay.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Bernhardt. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Drina Bernhardt, DrinaBernhardt.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the first case I want to ask you about is the VOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Okay. Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving either felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right, were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, we're together 24/7, so.
All right, can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, initially it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal
We want all the detail. What exactly do you mean by very close?
things, like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Oh my word!
Did she make paint?
That's what she called her grandkids, Dan Markel's kids, her sunshines, and she told the grandkids, "Your dad is stupid. He's trying to take my sunshines away." Donna, yeah. You called your jail daughter the new Wendi, huh? Now Drina. Okay, sorry Wendi, you've been replaced. It's Drina now. Well, not anymore, not after today. This is a write-off situation. Wow, you called her Sunshine? Okay.
Pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61. This is one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you.
Stop it.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence, State 61.
Yes, show it to us.
There you are. State 61 is the notice.
Thank you. Heavenly
Permission
Presley
to publish.
Tonya.
You may.
Sir, no. Or ma'am, I'm a commentator. It's what I'm here for, okay? No veneers for you. I wonder if this one was offered dental work. Oh my word. Here we go. Breathe, everyone. We're about to see Donna's artwork.
Okay, so is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna.
There, we can see it. Damn, okay. Looks like the planner writing, right? Dear Drina, hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Hey, Wendi, did you see that? Sure, Donna. Your sunshine.
Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And did you return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was something that she was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay, and was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but the more that I spent time with Donna, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often, or only one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanua somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanua from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanua to you, or did you bring Magbanua up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanua?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanua.
And Miss Magbanua, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62.
Stop it. A script? Donna gave her a script. Let's see if the handwriting looks the same. Of what she wanted her to testify to? Allegedly. Okay, wait. Let me see what you guys are saying so long on the poll. Do you believe Drina? 56% said yes. 20% said not fully. 8% said not at all. And 15% said not sure. Okay.
Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Moving evidence, State 62.
An objection.
No objection.
State 62 is admitted.
And publish.
Get back.
Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
Oh my word. Okay. How did you know who Donna Adelson was? that's the question. Answer. Everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on some TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years. Why did you speak to her? I knew I had information about Kay from the, I don't know what else, with her in jail. Let's see, let's carry on.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court?
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to the Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
But she kept it, huh? Allegedly, hey, said Gio, you are top-notch and bring the best crime coverage. I'd rather be here with the Grizzlies and the Snark than in the courtroom. Oh, thank you so much for being here with us.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here. This says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
And then over here continues, but she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Katherine Magbanua ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No,
That was his narrative. That's what he said on the stand. Oh, she's looking
There's
nervous
a part
now.
on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the 1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did.
1/3 of $1 million, you say? That sounds like Donna wrote it, because the initial deal was to offer Dan Markel $1 million. Donna, Harvey, and Wendi would each pay 1/3. Was it Donna, Harvey, and Wendi, or Donna, Charlie, and Wendi? Either way, it was about 1/3 of $1 million from each person. So here she's peppering that 1/3 of $1 million in here. I mean, what? I think she wrote it. I think Donna wrote this.
All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Kay say any of this to you?
No.
Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type of language that Katherine Magbanua would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
But that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think, Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would...
That's a dermatologist who used to be Charlie's roommate, Dr. Obed. So, interesting. Donna, why are you suggesting that guy? Dr. Obed. Hold on, I'm going to tell you now. He is on this witness list as well, so I don't know if he's going to be testifying. Jerome Obed. Okay, Charlie's friend, former roommate, maybe former friend, dermatologist.
Would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay, and who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay, had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
I knew they knew Jim McIntyre. Okay, if you watch the Nicholas Casotis trial with us, you know why we're calling Jim McIntyre to the stand right about now. Oh, Signal, you said. Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay, one moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
So before you cross, please approach.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you see, we we knew there's a connection. Shame, poor Jim McIntyre. No. He didn't do anything wrong, okay? Signal app. Damn, okay. I wonder if Charlie's going to take the stand today. What's the time there locally? If you're watching live with me, right now it's almost 3 p.m. My goodness. Packages, huh? A grand piano. You mean like the piano that your grandkids practiced on? Oh boy. Donna should switch her strategy and start blaming Jim McIntyre, the way Nicholas Casotis did. The story's going to be better than the one she's crafted. Yes, Stefan says she sounds credible to me. Newspaper, 1/3 of a million. Signal.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Byrd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you've been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. So that violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes. You may approach. Identification purposes. Judgment is sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for one count of burglary of an occupied dwelling and one count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you are commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No.
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program.
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
And you completed that.
I did.
Okay. Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No.
You started using again.
I did.
And you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but...
You did not make yourself available for supervision?
No, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions?
I just didn't go.
And you also didn't test?
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
Okay. And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct.
And then you meet Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Your get out of jail free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her.
We became friends, yes.
And you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
somebody said, Julie Merrington said, I believe Drina has come from a good family and played piano at one time. Why else mention a piano otherwise? Right? So that could be Donna manipulating her, right? Remember, Donna's facing charges of first-degree murder, solicitation to commit murder, and conspiracy to commit murder. Drina's been arrested multiple times, which sounds like burglary and possession of substances, those types of charges, right? So in active addiction, struggling with that, reoffense, that. But it's a little different to what Donna's facing, you know what I mean? And this, as Bebo Moro said, this is gold, written in Donna's own hand. I know, right? And how would she know about Dr. Jerome Obed? You know, Donna would have had to tell her that. There's a lot of things that Donna's unfortunately said in these alleged letters and things that matches other parts of the story, right? Like the piano, the third of $1,000,000, offering dental work, saying name dropping. Oh my word, okay.
It's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
I haven't seen anyone attacking, but I mean, I can't see the whole chat. Nikki Kim said, let's lay off attacking the witness for her addiction where grizzlies act like it. I mean, there's a lot of recovering grizzlies in this community. So, yeah, I agree. Let's lay off attacking anyone for their addiction, right? So I hope she can, that she can recover. This is Dan Markel's parents, Phil and Ruth. Dan Markel is the victim in this case, in case anyone's just joining now.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zellman, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes.
You didn't show up for probation.
Correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about...
Well, we can see it in plain sight that Donna is naive about jail, telling people things, writing letters and scripts, and offering veneers, pianos, what else? Cash, land, a trailer, telling the story of the third of $1 million, all of that. Adam Bluefire said the defense was super condescending to Drina and Patricia. Not a good look considering their client is allegedly an elitist briber and hitman hirer.
That video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
Okay. During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further?
Redirect examination.
Were you ever advised to say anything other than the truth here today?
No.
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer.
Yes, ma'am.
From somebody, not me.
Correct.
Hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're going to have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story
No.
to tell her?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Who would ever make up a
You may
story
step
like that?
down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
Ms. Bernhardt, you remain under your subpoena. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
Please call your next witness, State.
State calls Kate Butler.
Judge, I advise Ms. Katherine.
Objection. Can we approach?
You may.
Isn't Kate Butler, like, I don't see them on the list. Is that another informant? Anyway, we shall see. Okay, we're a few minutes behind, so we can... Oh, okay, okay.
Please
Wait, I'm
speak
gonna look...
loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need to.
Not.
Did
Okay,
you bring
okay.
your computer with you?
I did not. I brought my flash drive.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you? Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center and the Forensic Document Examination Section.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of...
Okay, so no more jail informants for now. We saw the two. Let me end the poll here. Hold on. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry about that. Okay, so did you believe Drina? 57% said yes, 19% not fully, 8% not at all, 16% said not sure. Okay, so Kate Butler, FDLE. Here we go.
Examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines, in order to determine source or authenticity of a question document.
What training and education do you have to perform those duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year, 2-phase training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Forensic Document Examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases. The first phase was mostly reading academic texts, published articles, and research on all aspects of forensic document examination. Once I successfully completed an all-encompassing oral board and passing all the written and practical examinations, I was then allowed to move to phase 2 of training, which was supervised casework, in which I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of the certified analysts in the section. Once I successfully completed the mock trial at the end of that phase, I was then allowed to move to independent casework, which I have been doing ever since.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of forensic document examination?
I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
All right. And what is forensic document examination?
Forensic document examination is a highly specialized forensic discipline in which we examine items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, or office machines, in order to determine the source or authenticity of that document. Source meaning, was it written by a particular person, printed by a particular office machine? Authenticity, is it genuine, is it counterfeit, or has it been altered in some way? When I complete my examinations of the evidence, I then write a report as to my findings and, when necessary, testify to those.
How is handwriting identifiable to a particular individual?
The best way to explain how handwriting is identifiable is to ask each of you to remember back to when you first learned to write. You typically learned in the 2nd or 3rd grade using a copybook. You learned to make repeated iterations of each of the letters of the alphabet as well as the numbers until you had the basic model of each letter and each word, lowercase and uppercase. You learned to put them on a baseline. You learned to make uppercase letters taller than lowercase letters. However, we've all deviated, as adults, we've all deviated from that original copybook style we were taught. And it's those deviations that are the individual handwriting characteristics that I examine in a question handwriting sample and then compare to a known handwriting sample to see if the same characteristics are from the question are present in the known and are similar to one another.
Once you made a comparison between a known sample and a question sample, how do you report your results?
We have several levels of conclusions that we use in the field. We have on one side the identification, and this is the opinion of which the examiner has reviewed all the material and has found that the question writing was in fact written by the known writer. And at the other side of the other end of the scale is elimination, and that's after reviewing all the material, the examiner has found that there are significant differences and that it is not the writer. Down from each of those, we have a highly probably wrote and a highly probably did not write. Then we have a probable wrote, probably did not write, indications may not have written, or indications may have written, indications may not have written, and in the middle is our neutral, could neither identify nor eliminate opinion.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 59, introduced into evidence 59A, and introduced into evidence 62.
They're going to prove she wrote it. Donna? Bet you didn't see this coming, huh?
Are you going to want Butler to open your bones?
No, sir, I don't think that would be necessary.
All right. Go ahead.
Showing you State's Exhibit 59 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what did you do with that exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I inventoried to describe the contents of it. I then digitally scanned it and then used it as the purported known writing of Donna Adelson in my handwriting comparison.
In State's Exhibit 59A, does that exhibit contain the scanned pages that you selected from 59 to use as your known sample?
Some of the pages, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did have one additional page in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit 62, is this the question sample that you used to compare against the known sample in State's Exhibit 59?
Yes, these are the images of the question document.
Okay. Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist the jury in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
Which may I publish?
Right. This is only a demonstrative. You're not seeking to
It's a
admit it.
demonstrative. Your Honor. Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the two exhibits that you compared as we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample, next slide. Okay, wait, go back one. Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials, so whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're not just picking out like, oh, she makes her S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present, that is present in the question, is present in the known or not, and if it's it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's skip to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look for the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents.
Pointers.
Thank you so much. So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages. I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing. And I have put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
And does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Busted.
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at the bottom near the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of flat on one side but pointed or angled on the other side of the W, on the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side very flat, but on the right side a very sharp angle up to the top. And then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right, and that's pointed out in both the red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y, the structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pin lift where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the 2 separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they. And you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the 2 strokes, where there's a bit of a pin drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the Y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff, and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pen lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the upper.
Just look at all the red arrows. Donna, that's you being busted for writing scripts and things to inmates, telling them what you want them to say on the stand, and bribing them. Oh, they're going to charge you with more things. I think they should.
The lowercase h's staff. You can see that same characteristic with the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pen drag or a pen lift in that area. You can see that in the lowercase in the word there, in the lowercase t and h combination in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they, the lowercase e. The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter, and instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop E was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column, where you can see the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y and they in the question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word y in the known column on the first line. Natural variations are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing different variations of a lowercase y or any letter and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion. So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The uppercase M in Miami has an interesting structure. The staff of it has an open loop formation. So it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff on the left side of the M. This same formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a, kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle. And the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase a of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the A sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the 4th line in the known column. Moving on to the word and in the questioned column, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle, but whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing, also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row. The spacing relationship between the lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the n is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the D, the bottom of the D. And that particular spacing characteristic was found within the question as well as the known. And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D, is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve, but instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bold lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column.
Okay, just gonna quickly pause there. Miss Sunshine said, so nice to watch with you all. The funny comments throughout the day. Thank you so much. I say this in every trial, and I've said it in chat multiple times now, typing it, but now I'm going to have to verbalize it because you guys are not stopping. That's disappointing, okay? So what I want to say is when there's a witness that is speaking at a trial, no matter what Captain Obvious remarks people want to make, it really isn't helpful because usually the witnesses, they come and check out our streams, they look at our chat, and they usually will then email, they'll reach out, they'll thank this community for being so nice to them, right? Just so respectful, so kind and everything. So to literally point out things like, oh my God, she's so nervous, she's so this, it really doesn't help because it's got nothing to do with her testimony. And it depends how you interpret it. I think she's very passionate. You put me on that stand over there to talk about Donna's handwriting, where she is totally busted. I'm probably going to speak the same way. I'll be like, and then look at this over here and over there. She is busted. Get the handcuffs out, right? So I'm just verbalizing. We don't need to point out the absolute obvious because a lot of times people say this witness looks tired, this witness looks old, this witness looks nervous, this witness looks depressed. What's the point of saying that? We're here to hear their testimony against the defendant, and that's what we should be focusing on. What makes it difficult here is they're not actually showing us the writing the whole time. I would like to see that the whole time, all them red arrows. But let's be kind to this witness and all the others so that they know as well, if they come and check this out, you know, we support them and the work that they do. I think she did a phenomenal job here.
The next word in the question column is the word once, the lowercase NTS is where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase n and s are nearly touching, which is odd because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter in a word. So the s touching the n, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants. on the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching. The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s to the formation of the lowercase s in the word once on the in the question column, that particular characteristic was found within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop as it makes a counterclockwise loop around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants.
I really don't think Donna banked on this. How dumb to write all these things. Oh my word, Donna. Look at this now. This is even more. More evidence against Donna because she's trying to allegedly bribe other inmates in the jail. Oh, no. This is very bad.
As well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever. The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. That is indicating is that the left side of the W is actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column 8 within the word once. I didn't use this laser the whole time. The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side. Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The t crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shape with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace. That particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the word deliver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the e and the r at the bottom. And that particular characteristic was also found within the word deliver and the word after in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples of some of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified the known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes ma'am.
One moment. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Nothing? Any cross? Oh, are they gonna? I wonder.
We've never contested that our client wrote that document, no questions.
Oh my
You
word,
messed
why?
up, Don.
Move to strike the comment, Your
The
Honor.
comment is
Eh? We know that our client wrote that, just we admit it. Well, that document is absolutely horrendous. Bribing inmates. Ellie B from Tennessee, thank you for your $100 sticker. You said thank you, G, for speaking up. And to those saying she shouldn't have, no, see, I can't read this out now because that's just enabling all of it. But thank you so much for your sticker. I really, really appreciate your support.
struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
Oh my. We've never contested, okay, that our client wrote this.
Have a good day. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Maybe we have a short recess to set up for the next witness.
That's fine.
Okay,
Members
who's the
of
next
jury,
witness?
The bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
I feel like day 5 was, that was so torturous. Please go watch the replay or put it on in the background. But man, those wiretap calls, that was hectic.
Everyone can be seated. You may call your next witness. Sergeant Corbett, you remain under oath, sir. I would just remind you to testify truthfully. You may examine.
Yes, Thank you, Judge. Does your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this presentation...
Sergeant Corbett is back in the house and we want to know what was on that phone. We want to know the one that she was like, no, like she doesn't want to have the phone snatched from her. Do tell.
Also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move State 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection as to 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead and continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony, did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury has already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Permission to use a demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
I'm going to object. This testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. the next sentence, does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her the $350,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page, is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay. Looking at the next sentence, does it say, he threatened me that he was going to go to the police. I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie, and she told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is, she can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Katherine Magbanua. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that Magbanua came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Approach.
Oh, not feeling so confident now, but we've never contested that our client wrote that. Oh crap, you're actually going to go over this again after proving that it was her that wrote it in detail. With Sergeant Corbett. Oh, shame that you didn't see that coming? Yeah, no, we're gonna go over it line by line. Okay, we're all caught up, so we can't really, well, a little bit. Okay. I'm making tea. I'm busy boiling the kettle, okay? So I'm gonna pop off the screen for a moment again. In about a minute to go and fetch the tea, hot tea. As if the tea being served here in this courtroom isn't hot enough. Sure. Yeah, this is the script. So for anyone asking, what they're showing now is the script that Donna wrote for Drina Bernhardt, her jail daughter, to practice and for that's what she wanted to say for her at her trial. Oh my goodness.
Let's continue, Mr.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Katherine Magbanua $3,000 a month because he did not have $350,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that Magbanua assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck?
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay, and then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, when did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination, and I can move to that now, that was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Just say it with me, everyone. Uncle Google's gonna get ya. Donna, oh my word.
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
All right, and in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay, can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendi Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay, so what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendi Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
Well, she's still a domestic coordinator, is she not? I mean, Donna is out there. Megan Spruce said, so Donna planned out Charlie's whole defense. She's drafting Wendy's custody paperwork and writing Charlie's defense. Also, she's writing scripts for her jail daughter. Control much? I know, right? Wow. So, yeah, this is... Did you know, fun fact, that the prayer hands are actually high five? They're actually high five hands. That's a design flaw, because I think everybody thinks they're prayer hands, right?
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay, can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay, so she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out?
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Oh my word. So, wait, he testified November 2nd. This is November 1st. Finally, the truth is out. The truth, because she's like, you did so well. Went on the 2nd apparently, but you did so well on the stand, Charlie.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
I'll go short again.
Besides these things, I mean, what else?
Excuse us, ma'am. We want to see all of that there. Okay, finally the truth is out. Hold on. I'm just going to go forward to the short again.
Friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Ooh, okay, so Donna Sue Adelson. Have you been watching the last 45 minutes? Finally, the truth comes out. Okay, let me take myself over here. Donna Sue Adelson. Dan is Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney. Dan just proved extortion. It's easy when you're telling the truth. Thank you, listening to what really happened finally. And then but his attorney will speak for him, and finally the truth will come out. Oh dear. Okay.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendi Adelson? Okay,
yes, what else?
Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson about this extortion defense?
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
Holy crap. This is too much, everyone. This is too much. Wow. Okay. For somebody who's going to be annoyed with me re-looking at this and rereading it, I'm a commentator. I'm a YouTuber, okay? Go watch the raw court feeds if you don't want commentary. Donna Sue Adelson says to Wendi, that's who's pictured here, her daughter, I'm sorry this has been our life for so many years. Yeah, Dan Markel was killed, okay? So, Donna, our life for so many years. It's been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and yours with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what redacted jury does to him and to the rest of us. Okay, but wait, you know I'm next. Stop it. I hope the jury is also like, whoa, just put, what? You know I'm next. But that won't happen. I'll take care of that. Oh my word, please just, okay, handcuffs. Oh, sorry, let's not make myself there. Let's put the handcuffs on.
What date is that? Or was that sent? What date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendi about this extortion defense because Wendi's attorney didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanua or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanua would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted, per
Yeah.
his testimony and this State 62.
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool, and he encourages her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanua left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation and is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanua first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No,
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
it does not.
What about, and in the, what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th, later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day.
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He's saying laugh out loud.
Yes.
All right. Any more after that? Here she says, have a good day, smiley face, and he says, you too?
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does, yes.
All right, from 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that?
Why didn't we just listen to the wiretap calls again? All of them. Just kidding.
Here is she giving him some relationship advice and saying he'd make a great dad?
Yes.
All right, and what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say, it makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life?
He does.
Okay, what's next? Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back? Does she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
Yeah, Donna, that defense didn't work for Charlie. This whole double extortion and Katie was extorting me and I didn't even know it. You see what they're doing there, Donna? You can't repeat the same story. You're going to get L-whopped anyway, like your son, right? My word. Rexy Dragon Lover, thank you so much.
And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile. And he says, yes, you do.
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay. What about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you?
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, "I miss you."
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best?
Yes.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua no longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest, yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and Magbanua in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about Magbanua knowing people who wanted to hurt his family, or anything like that?
Nothing.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and cell-brighted, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp?
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text. And it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service, it's using the data side. So we don't see records of that, those communications in the call detail records that we get. And it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Do sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message?
Also speculation.
But, okay, yes. I use WhatsApp. Worldwide, we use WhatsApp, right? South Africa, Switzerland, Europe, right? Yeah, because it's just so much easier. Diana P. said, "Oh, my word, thank you for your $100 sticker. Damn, you said, thanks for all you do, G. I have seen plenty of evidence that Donna knew about the plot after Dan was killed. But in my opinion, evidence that indicates Donna knew about the plot before Dan was killed is lacking." Interesting. Thank you so, so much for your sticker and your support.
Please approve.
Okay, I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message, because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016. Okay.
Brand new information.
Do you mind going to the next? Thank you.
Show it to us. Show it to us.
All right, so they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday, and I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus spelled with a K? Was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
Hearsay.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections are overruled.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, when Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanua.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanua?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Katherine Magbanua's phone number and all these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is, and then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, so this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or four-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right. Looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message. Now, is it between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, "Did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy."
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson, and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the paper?
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that that was in the paper?
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny?
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, "I did not see that," which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, "Wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything"?
Yes.
Does she say, "What are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from, or at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial, and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendi Adelson after she told Wendi Adelson? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through these, and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
This is cumulative.
Sustained is cumulative.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay.
So these two thought, how cool that the guy that's going to be their star witness is a convicted felon who's still selling drugs. They're referring to Luis Rivera, right? Like, oh, come on. This is not the way to talk about it, though. Not like, oh, they have arrested someone for Dan Markel's murder. No, we're not saying that. We're also not saying those are the people that extorted us. Yeah, this is bad.
And do these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, can we see that message? Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge, sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th?
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendi send her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
Really glad they snatched that phone from her at the airport, hey?
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
I'm just gonna say this one more time. Not that I'm here, not sponsored, okay? But like there's comments like this. It's like a stigma of WhatsApp. You said scammers use WhatsApp because of encryption. Sure, as they use Instagram, X, Facebook, every other platform, right? Just like predators use every other platform. So it's not about the platform. It's about how criminals use it. WhatsApp is the primary method of communication outside of the USA. Majority of people outside of the USA use it and have their whole life, including me, you know what I mean? Because I'm South African and I live in Switzerland, and so we use. So it's not like, oh my word, you use WhatsApp, that's so sus. No, the people who use it for criminal activity, those are the suspicious ones. But, okay, yes. I'm now going to stop standing up for WhatsApp. Let's watch Donna. Oh my word, this is so much more. This is what I was anticipating for Donna's trial. Like when they grabbed her phone, I was like, surely they found things on there. Huh? And here we are. We are seeing new evidence and things they found on her phone. Uncle Google's going to get you. Messages are going to get you, Donna.
So there is a conversation, again in WhatsApp, between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we going to go through the entire visa chat here today?
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the visa chat?
They are, yes.
All right. Before court today, did you have an opportunity?
Come on, we want to go through it all. We don't have time for that because of the day, the time. But I wouldn't mind seeing all of the text messages.
To look at States 58, the visa chat.
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
States 58 is admitted.
Thank you. All right, if you could walk us through a few excerpts from this chat.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Miss Adelson and the Vietnam visa, and the first message in this conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only way we're reading them is because we were able to seize the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, can we look at the first messages sent in this chat? Okay, can you read this to us?
Sure. Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Objection. Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
It's in evidence.
Overruled. This has not been published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time. You may continue.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay, and what's next?
As fast as possible.
She says if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay, and then did they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay, what happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa? Because it's an emergency fast-track one.
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay, but then the chat says we can arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right, if she were to, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30? 30 and extend?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
Okay, are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay, and does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as the next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay, what's next? They've received her email.
Correct.
And she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you. Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct?
Okay. Now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay.
And then she got arrested later that day. Trying to make a run
And
for
was
it.
there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate that this is who Wendi should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's the first entry here?
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date of that, which we actually don't have on the top of that.
Okay, I think we do have it in evidence. So,
Okay.
What number is that? Okay, so the first entry you're pointing out here, though, I'm sorry if you could go back to the highlight.
Oops.
And so that was to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics?
Yes.
All right, did they have a note about packing for Vietnam? Okay, was there also notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
Two, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendi to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line. Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay, are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance?
Correct.
Because at this point we're in November of 2023?
Yes.
All right, and then looking down, we see that note's on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendi, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you.
Yeah, Kathleen said, literally makes a note to remember to call on the private line so it's not recorded. Yes.
When the first entry was, we see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th, so I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you what's marked as states 59A. Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That was Thursday, November 9th.
Okay. So that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is trying to communicate her plans to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to those messages? Here in these messages, is she letting Wendi Adelson know they need to talk to her? It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. Please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them. Yes.
This is the bit that she was reading out to her friends when, she being Donna Adelson, when she thought that she'd hung up the call to the jail because she could no longer hear Charlie Adelson. She had called Charlie in jail. She couldn't hear him anymore. Or he called her, right? And so she thought she hung up, and then she was reading this out to her friends. Okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. No, it isn't. Okay, but okay, just wanted you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie. We will need to give you some information shortly and need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. If not, we'll try to find someone else who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people for help. And then she said, don't get nervous. Again, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. Shame. Donna, there totally is. Here we are. Here we are 2 years later when she's on trial.
What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry.
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendi stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Stand by. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, and then at the bottom she says Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right, what's next? Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why they chose Vietnam? Why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go?
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us?
Or onto Safari.
Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
And the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa?
Yes.
One second.
Anderson says, I don't know what Donna possibly can get on the stand and say. If I were her, I would not do it. Right? Yeah, no. What can she possibly say? It's just going to make it worse for her.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
The defense is going to say what? It's because she was traumatized that her son was convicted. And she just wanted some peace. And they'd been to Vietnam before. And who cares if she's looking up non-extradition countries? That's a normal thing to Google. Shh. Obviously. She planned to come back for the bar mitzvah. Really?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Now, you agreed that WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
Okay. My client at the time was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
Okay. And what about implants?
Well, other than the fact that Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm going to show you. Let's see, this is not too far. May I approach with States 155?
You may.
Dental implants.
Looking at States 155. Picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower?
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should have brought my mouse. Can you read what that says, or you want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, you can't see it there, but let's go back here. That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
Okay. I'll go grab another picture then.
My bad.
That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Would you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
That's the question?
Supplement, but I'll show you with my laptop. May I approach?
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but.
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_0029.
Well, where do we go with that now, defense?
Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
Let's go here. Are those the boxes that we saw in States 155?
They appear to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker?
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room. Let's see if we...
Are we going to go through every item in Donna's house now? Really? BZ said Donna wanted the grandkids to live under her thumb, but she was going to move all the way to Vietnam. That doesn't make sense. Well, it's when she thought she was going to be arrested, because she was also talking about self-deletion. You know, that her and Harvey can self-delete. Got a sensor for YouTube. So that's very hectic. Realizing, oh crap, they're coming after me next. So the next emergency plan was like, Vietnam, that's where we're going, non-extradition country. Just let's get out of here and we'll figure it out when we're there. So it's panic mode, like fight or flight. Is she flighting? Literally though. She's literally gonna flight. She was like, Vietnam, here we come. We'll figure it out once we're there. Like, okay.
Get a different perspective here. Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043. Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Okay. Take this from me. Now, during the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
By itself, no.
Okay.
Exactly. By itself, no. The cluster, I want to say bad words, the cluster that it is, yes. Telling Wendi that Charlie needs to hear on the private line what they're doing, talking about, I need an emergency visa as fast as possible, Googling non-extradition countries, all of that. No. Her selling stuff really by itself, no. Defense, that's not what the argument is. But they gotta try. Gotta try something.
Now, if someone's going out of town, would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
merely stopping Amazon deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa?
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa?
That could be, yes.
Okay.
And who knows what the plan was after that? Nobody knows. But they could have gotten that emergency visa, get the hell out of there, and then figure it out from there. Who knows where they would have gone, if they would have tried to change their names? How do we know?
Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multiple or multi-entrants?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
Now, one of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was, at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
See, I haven't been provided with the full new version. It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, may I approach?
You may.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your...
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, yeah, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Zellman, this is the version not in evidence, but you still wish the witness to place it on the screen.
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed the present.
It was not in evidence. The one in evidence does not have it.
Just that?
Yep, just that. Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial, Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, throughout your review review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Katherine Magbanua?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
Okay. And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth. This time in writing, so his thumbs.
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir, quickly. Can you put the Sun Sentinel article back up? Thank you.
Take me just a second.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the text earlier where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or in Florida, that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in this paper, or was this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes.
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
That's correct.
Okay. And, but we don't know necessarily, looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests. After it talks about the arrests of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the reason that it was of interest of us? to us?
It was, yes.
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
It is not.
Okay. All right. Looking at, defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, you know, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but a totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast-track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection, asked and answered.
The rule does the ask and answer, but we have covered this subject, Mr.
Okay. And was Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You may step down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Will he be recalled during the trial? You remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
I have to have a beverage.
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State's Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted as a Superior GPS for certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted. Could we admit that?
On my list item.
Could we admit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to State 72?
No, Your Honor, we thought they had admitted it as well.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
Oh, my word. The state rests. So, like, are they not allowed to show Donna's arrest video? Maybe that was ruled out? Probably, huh? Sometimes they rule that out. Or what? They didn't show the jury the airport arrest video, did they? Remind me, okay, my brain is full. Stefan said he remains under subpoena, so they don't plan to arrest. Well, they just did. They surprised me too. The state rests. Are we going to be on verdict? What? Donna, are you going to take the stand? Let's see what happens here. Okay, they just said they arrested, right? We just heard it. I'm just checking that my ears are working. The state rests, and Georgia says it so casually. Well, with that, Your Honor, the state rests. Huh? Okay.
Members of the jury, we are going to take our break in the trial at this point for the weekend. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30. And we will try to get started by 8:45 on Tuesday. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I think football is back. You have something to watch that does not concern this trial. Have a good weekend. 8:30 on Tuesday.
Tuesday, not Monday.
Nobody will be here on Monday.
Long weekend in jail, Donna. With your
Everyone can
friends.
be seated. Defense have any motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as of Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All mid-trial.
You mean you don't want a directed verdict? You don't want a judgment of acquittal? Come on. You know the drill, sir. You should say those things and they will be most likely denied. Stefan said, no football for Donna. None of that. And no friends in the pod either.
Trial motions will need to be
Awkward.
addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors. With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called. Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Can we let you know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party have anything?
Oh, you mean you're going to say defense rest on Tuesday morning? Is that so? And we're going to have what, jury instructions? And we're going to be on verdict watch, and by lunchtime, oh, sorry. Am I getting ahead of myself? Sorry about that. Oh, okay. Yeah, Zellman was not prepared for that. Like, what? The state rest? No. Yeah, long weekend. Coming back Tuesday. I don't know if they're going to call Charlie anymore. I will not be surprised if on Tuesday the defense rests, because putting Donna on the stand at this point, in my opinion, is a very bad idea. Putting Charlie on the stand, bad idea. It will be better if they just call it a day. Who else are they calling? I don't know. They did talk about somebody that's flying in and that would be there on Sunday night, and they'll talk to them on Monday. Who's that? I don't know. But, okay, here we go.
To raise before we go to the break for the weekend.
Thanks for the state.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday.
Oh, the scrunchie's coming out. Scrunchie after lunchy, and then the scrunchie comes out.
Gallery can remain in the courtroom for right now.
The gallery, okay. Oh, Donna. That was tough, huh? Let's just watch a little bit of this, okay? Listen, camera person, we wanted to watch a little bit of that. Okay, well, they're done with that. So, let me quickly show you something. Go like this. Thank you so much for watching with me, by the way. Wait, we're gonna do it like this. This, and then, wow, so the state rested today. I thought they'd have some more people. But anyway, I think we saw a lot of tea being spilled. I think there is some interesting evidence against Donna Adelson. Let me know what you think, especially let me know in the comments. Not now, like you can let me know now as well in the live chat if you're watching live, but after the live stream ends, go to the comment section and let me know who was the best, most compelling witness of the state's case, in your opinion. And do you think it's enough to convict Donna Adelson of the charges that she faces, which is first-degree murder, solicitation to commit first-degree murder, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Now, what I wanted to quickly show you was just where I'm going to be later. So most people don't really know where to find it. You go to courttv.com, okay? Literally, courttv.com, and you click this button here. If you click this button and nothing happens, meaning maybe you're too early, firstly, 9 p.m. Eastern, okay? But if you click that button and it doesn't work for you, you might be outside of the USA and you might need a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Okay, so that's I need a VPN to be able to watch too. But I'll be there at 9 p.m. Eastern until 9:30 talking about the Idaho case. I hope that there will be full justice for Dan Markel. I know there's already been 4 convictions. Will there be a 5th? I'm very interested to read the comments. I will be doing the timestamps for you as always. Thank you, mods. I'm going to share the coffee link now so that if anyone wants to buy the mods some coffees to say thank you to them as well, you can do that. They've got a coffee link. I've got a coffee link. Grizzly Cat's also got a coffee link. Everything will be in the description box for you as well. So thank you so much for watching with me. It's going to be a long weekend without a trial, but it doesn't mean it's a long weekend without other cases that we are following closely. So I will certainly see you. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, stay safe.